yourself. Open your eyes and know for yourself.
For the people every day, defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. Say from him slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Evil politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a Jah army. No simpleton can disarm you. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights. I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them up the handle but of the most I rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. criticize for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Most High Jah, guide us now, yeah. Our people need to see the light. Turn it up right. He will fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him, slip up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, Rattigan hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. How long them a gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them a gonna take our people for fool? Nah build no houses, them nah build no school. Think them have the handle but of the most high rule. Them better stop criticizing. Cause what them a do now phase him. You know the man no lazy. All them a talk, them are the one right crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Say from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bugger them not wise like him. Back up, them not no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely upon him. You know said them bring out them cries through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man hold the harder of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.
Microphone check. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, students, can you hear me? 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 Now talk to me there. Joy Blogs, big up yourself, big up yourself. You can't hear me? Ah, Miss Elaine Turner. Okay, good. Outstanding. Folks, listen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wherever you are, you have made a wise choice to be with us today. Because today is going to be revelation after revelation after revelation. Not biblical, not of biblical proportions, but of political proportions. We are going to show you some things in terms of holding politicians accountable. But before we do that, let me just say that I am flying alone today in the cockpit, but not to worry, because producer Joan is right there and producer OT is right there. The professor, he has an event that he had to attend to. And so I would love for him to join us, but I don't think he's going to be able to join us today. So you've got me. And I don't think the professor is going to be able to do his, what is it, Saturday stew from 8 to 10. So I am going to take 1 hour of his time. So you have me today for 6 hours. And I'm telling you this, the hours, they won't be long because we have a lot of things to show you. You're not going to be distracted. You're not going to be bored. There is a lot. So, lots been going on in Jamaica this week, last week, last year, since 2016, even before 2016, a lot. And we don't encourage 9-day wonders. So, we're going to go back and touch some things. Not sure if we'll get to everything today. As you know, I'm terribly ambitious, but I'm restrained by the people around me because they say that you just cannot cover all of the material. It's a wish, but you just cannot do it. So that's where we are. For those of you who watch the Wednesday show, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself. We went into a little bit more detail to show that the speaker, when she didn't remove her, but she essentially requested the member of parliament, Angela Brown-Burke, to leave the house in a very demeaning fashion. She did so. Not Angela Brown-Burke leaving, but the instruction to leave. And we were able to show that they really just don't know the rules. Or maybe they're just ignoring the rules. That's one. But then on the other side, we have people, the opposition, they just stood around and there were things that they could have done, but they didn't. And we showed that the rule that she used to remove her, it's not the rule. Definitely not the rule. But we'll go into that. We'll go into that a little bit more today, as well as some other things. We have no guests. No guests today. When I say guests, I'm talking about like somebody doing a presentation. We don't have that today. It feels like old time because remember those days when we used to go from 3 to 11? Yeah, it does feel like old times. We used to go from 3 to 11, and some people used to say, boy, the show too long. And then we said, no, what you need to do is don't worry about the length of it, worry about the content. And what you should do is just split the thing, watch watch an hour or two every day. And by the time you get to Saturday again, you would have accomplished your goal, which is to listen to the whole thing. And then we cut it back. And I remember, and you know, Patrick, yeah, listen, quite a few of you called me and cussed me out and said, how can you cut back the program from 3 to 11 to 3 to 5? Because at 5 o'clock, we're just warming up. But I said, no. Because Kevin's program comes on at 8 and we're stablemates. Not only that, we're good friends, and it makes sense to support him as much as he supports me. So and the radio station is involved as well. So what we did was we cut it back from 11 to 8 o'clock. So we now go from 3 to 8. And occasionally I'm not around or Kevin's not around, and then we'll take a chunk of time from the person who's not around. So today, the professor won't be here, so I'm taking the first hour of his music program, which is from 8 to 9. So get your snacks ready. I know some of you are cooking right now while you're watching, but get whatever you're doing. You can do whatever you're doing. You can walk and chew gum at the same time. So whatever you're doing, you can do it and still pay attention to the program. But what I'm telling you is that we're not going to finish at 8 tonight. We're going to go through till 9. And I'm going to take a break for 1 hour only. And then I will return at 10, and then we're going to play some music on the Relax with the Rebel program. Tonight's entertainment is going to be vintage reggae. You know, we have some reggae going. We're talking reggae 60s, late 60s, 70s, thereabout. We may throw in a couple rock steady songs, but for the most part, it's going to be reggae. And if you're of a certain age group, this is going to be nostalgic for you, because it's going to take you back to a much happier time. Not saying that you're not happy now, but you know, a carefree time. Because if you grew up with these songs, then it means that you're somewhere in the 50s, 60s age range. And Jamaica back then, although it's kind of bad, it's worse now, far worse. But putting the political piece aside and the violence or whatever, it's gonna take you back to your school days, and it's gonna jog your memory about some fantastic events, some really strong friendships that you formed during that time period, and the whole idea, the whole scenario of growing up. It's gonna take you back to that time. Some of the songs you haven't heard in quite a while. And I'm willing to bet you that there's probably one song that you haven't heard, but you're going to enjoy the entire set. I'm telling you this because I know it to be true. Because I had a lot of fun just putting the selections together. And these songs just, took me back to another place. I lost myself in the music. So, memory lane indeed. Elaine, memory lane. Prince Ella, big up yourself. Now, I wish I could say, I'll be up till 2, Diane Folks. All right, Dan. All right. Miss XTN Funk. Kevin is watching. No, he's not watching. He's listening. I think he's listening. I know he's not watching because where he is, he can't watch. So he's probably listening. Independent Jamaicans are not necessarily true, because if our parents kept the vinyls, we would know the songs too. If independent, if. I can remember back in the 60s running up and down. Oh, who's this? Daniel Taylor. Oh, Daniel. All right, folks. So I feel kind of lonely with Kevin not being here, because he's been such an integral part to what we do that in his absence is like we just feel kind of lost, kind of say, wow, what we're gonna do now? But the show must go on, and he's giving us his full support, technical and otherwise. Him say if you need him, call him. In fact, we were just on the phone with him. He's available, but we don't want to disturb him, because where he is Yeah, where he has to pay attention. He's involved with the proceedings, and so we just don't want to bother him. So, all right, here we go. Let me put up this thing now and see where producer Joan put up for it. All right, for those of you joining us for the first time, oh, how could I forget? People, a quick story. When I came to America back in the what's it, late 70s, I came to a situation that was much better than the situation in Jamaica, but it wasn't ideal. I was in Brooklyn, and then I ended up going over to live in Far Rockaway with some relatives of mine, the Barnabys, and I forgive them a lot of thanks. I forgive them props. Uncle Osborne, a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful gentleman, and his wife, they just treated me like I was one of theirs, you know, on Zell. And all of my cousins, Anna, Jenny, Madge, Cheryl, and I'm not saying nothing bad about you, Straw. I'm a dear cousin Straw. And Straw and Straw is the only son. And I used to share the garage. The garage was turned into an apartment, and Straw and I stayed in the apartment downstairs. And I remember one night they had a party. We used to live in Far Rockaway, B61st Street, and right like about 6 houses from the beach. We certainly can't afford to buy anything over that side right now, but back in the 70s, 80s, they were there. I think up to the 90s, they were there. But they had a party in the 70s when I was there. They had a party like about 4 doors down. And they're a very strict, very disciplined family, very religious family. And we begged them, said, listen, you know, our neighbors are having this party and we can go. Can we go? And they said, after much consideration, they said, yeah, you can go. But here's the catch. They want us to go to this party at 7 o'clock and come back like 10. And, you know, me have this rebel spirit in me, and I said, boy, this can't work. Because party not really start till like midnight, 1 o'clock. And then we'll come back at 10. But those were our instructions. You can go, but you must return by 10 o'clock. Anyway, we did. We returned by 10. And as soon as Uncle Osborne and Ansel started sleep, Uncle Osborne, we know you watching the program. As soon as them start sleep, my cousins, them, the girls, them come down and them knock on the door with them shoes in them hand. And them say, you could go back over the party because mama and daddy are asleep. I would say, okay. I would go. Big mistake. And we'll come back. Yes, we'll come back after midnight. And, you know, you cannot imagine. I mean, it was just verbal, you know, but it was a strong verbal. That Sunday morning, it was a strong verbal. And I'll never forget that incident. So, Cheryl, Anna, Madge, Jenny, and Straw, and big up on yourself, big up on yourself, big up on yourself, love on a like life. Uncle Osborne, I'll give you a call, sir, and the next time I'm there, which is going to be pretty soon in your neck of the woods, we'll link up. And people, is Uncle Osborne, I haven't seen him in quite a while, but we were inseparable. This man was like my father, my uncle, my brother. I mean, he treated me well, telling you. He treated me well. That man looked after me like I was his own child. In fact, in some instances, I think he looked after me better than how him look after him own son, Straw. He took care of Straw, you know, don't get me wrong. Bill, him took care of Bill. But the attention that he gave me, you know, with school and everything. And I'll tell you a story. Here's another story. More word for me, raconteur. It means a storyteller. You know, my father never watched me play sports in Jamaica. Never. For lots of reasons. The one time that he said he was coming to watch me, Meadowbrook was playing Tivoli at Tivoli. And I think I was on the bench, never got to play. My father showed up, but he never saw me play because I was on the bench. But when I came to New York and started living in Uncle Osborne, that man showed up for my games. Win, lose, or draw, no matter where, Uncle Osborne showed up. Uncle Osborne showed up. And Uncle Osborne, what you know, say, it meant a lot to me. I've never said it to you before, but it meant a lot to me. No matter where he was, you know, like I would leave for school in the morning and I'd say to him, you know, I'm not going to come home early tonight because I have a game. I'm saying, where you playing? I'm going to tell him. And sure enough, Uncle Osborne show up for my games. Show up for my games. So, the Barnabys. I'm Diane. Big up yourself, Diane. Diane Barnaby. How many can't forget Diane? Big up yourself because, and I know they're watching. And I had a long talk this morning with Anna, with whom I haven't spoken in quite some time. And of course, my bad cousin, Straw, Bill, who him not call me as he should, but that's okay, Straw. Love you like life, same way. All right? So, big up the Barnabys. And big up to everybody out there. Big up to all on it. It's a lovely Saturday afternoon. I don't know where the rest of your family, where your family members are, but you should actually encourage them to watch the program because we have a lovely program set up for this evening into tonight. All right, here we go. Of course, welcome to the Rattigan University, where lies are dispelled and truth is always upheld. Producer Joan, big up yourself, shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. And you know, that quote is so appropriate for today because we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about civics, about parliamentary rules and procedures. And we're going to show you what they do. Because, you know, my favorite parliament is the South African Parliament. But I'm going to show you today what they do in the British Parliament. Where's where we get our orders from. When I say orders, meaning that we follow what they do whenever we have a problem with our standing orders or procedures in Jamaica. If the standing orders are silent, if that document is silent about certain procedures, then under Rule 88, they must look to the British Parliament and see what they're doing and then implement that, provided it doesn't conflict with anything in the standing orders in Jamaica. So thanks, Producer Joan. All right. We have two topics today. But the two topics, it's two main topics and you have subtopics within them. We just didn't want to crowd the screen with all of the various topics. So we just said, look, let's just distill the whole thing to two. Should Patois be recognized in Parliament? It's a little bit more complex than that, but we figured let's just put it out there as is because it will appeal to everyone. We don't want to get too verbose, you know, and put fancy language and things like that, and then have people say what is. No. Because we are talking about Patois, right? So, should Patois, the unofficial national language of Jamaica, be recognized in Parliament? And we're going to show you what happened with MP Nikisha Burchell and the speaker. And we're going to show you what should have been done. You're going to see what was done, but we're going to walk you through it and show you what should have been done according to the rules. Bless up yourself, Eddie. According to the rules. And then the second one, parliamentarians disrupt committee meeting. Government badness. And we've seen a lot of that, especially since September 3rd. We've seen a lot of that where people now, they feel emboldened to take that extra step and cross the line of decency and civility and just treat people like dogs. But the thing is, you don't have to respond like a dog because you're not one. What do I mean? You respond using the standing orders. And I'm telling you people, the standing orders is the speaker's kryptonite. She's afraid of that if you should start quoting that to her. Because it's obvious to me that she's not well schooled in it. And not just the speaker, a whole bunch of politicians. So we're going to talk about that. So it's government badness and ignorance. Some of them just really don't know. And when we say they don't know, because ignorance, in Jamaica, when you say ignorance, people use ignorance to mean like hot-tempered. But we're using it here in the truest sense of the meaning to say that you don't know. When you don't know something, you're ignorant about it. Why don't you speak more Patois on here? George Josephs. I can. And I'll tell you something. I'm glad you mentioned that, George Josephs. And maybe I should save that story. No, I'll tell you the story, George. George, have you ever seen a Patois dictionary? And when I say a Patois dictionary, I'm not talking about the one that you buy at the novelty store, the tourist. No, I'm talking like a Webster's style dictionary. I've seen one. I know. What was the occasion to see this? I was working a case, and it involved a bunch of, a few Jamaicans. Long story short, language became an issue, or appeared to be an issue in the upcoming trial. And at the time, the FBI only had 2 Jamaican-born FBI agents. I was one of them, and the second person, he's actually been on this program. He was busy doing all kinds of stuff all over the world. And they didn't know about me. They thought he was the only one. So they asked him to join the investigation. He joined it, but then he had to leave because he had other things he had to take care of. So then he told them, hey, look, there's a guy here, Rattigan, and at the time I was working on the squad. We were chasing spies. And he said, there's a guy here, maybe you should ask him. And they did ask. I ended up going. And it became an issue. Like I said, the prosecutor started saying, hey, this could be an issue. And the central question was, is Patois a language or a dialect? That was the central question. And it was central because one of the subjects in prison was calling out, talking to a whole bunch of people, and he was speaking Patois. And these agents, these investigators, they had no idea what was going on. Alethea said it's a dialect. Okay. Well, I went. And here's what happened. We had an engagement with a linguistics professor. And he said, based on the convention, based on the markers, Patois is a language. He said Patois Gazeta Edley, me touch that Gazeta, me touch that. He said Patois is a language. And he broke it down. He broke it down in terms of the definition of a language. He broke it down in terms of the structure of a language. He broke it down the way you would to determine if something is considered a dialect or a language. He did. Because if it was determined to be a dialect, we would have problems at the tribe. Because a dialect, they could say, well, how do you know that is what was meant and blah, blah, blah. But if it's a language, no, it's a little bit different. And I ended up being the first FBI agent to be declared. I think I probably was the first federal agent to be declared a Patois expert. You're looking at the Patois expert. That's me. It's just because I don't really want to go down in it, but trust me. And I was declared an expert at the trial. And that was the only way we could get the tapes and the transcripts introduced into evidence. So, if you notice, my English on this program is English that's easily understandable. And one of the reasons we do that is because we have people from all over the world listening. All over the world. On Reggae Global Radio, they probably have in excess of 150,000 people listening right now. In excess of 150,000. When I last looked at and for those of you who listened to the program when Jonah Marie was here, by the time we finish at 8 o'clock, we have a little over 250,000 people listening across the globe. Across the globe. But Alethea, I have to go back and look at my notes because I don't remember, but it was described as a language and it was accepted as a language. And here's another thing. The FBI they have language specialists. You name the language, there's somebody in there who can speak it. And they test you. They don't test you on dialects, they test you on language. And there is a test for Patois. How do I know this? Because I took it. And it's structured as you would for a regular language test. You know, where somebody they'll ask you a question and then they'll ask you a question in English, you have to respond in Patois. Then they'll ask you a question in Patois and then you have to respond in English. Then they'll give you a topic and they'll say, we need you to speak on this topic for 5 minutes. And so you have to so you have to show a fluency in the language. And it's a very involved test, very involved test. And you have to take that test in order to say you're going to put the headphones on and you're going to listen to conversations. Because if you don't, they can't, because then you're going to there's going to be a problem when you try to introduce the evidence and now they're trying to pass you off as an expert. You can see what the problem is going to be when the defense attorneys get up. It's a problem. Well, you say you think its definition is of a dialect more than a language. You're entitled to your opinion, Alethea. You're entitled to it. And they say it's broken English. They call it all kinds of things. But I'm just telling you what the experts are calling it, the linguistics experts. I'm not telling you what, people who say you shouldn't speak it or they tell their children don't speak it at home. I'm not telling you what their views are. I'm just telling you what the people who have looked at languages, and languages have certain markers in order to qualify. Or better yet, I'll say communication has certain markers in order to qualify as a language. And that's where we are. So, all right. Kevin, where you there? That's a good question. He's not here. So not here in the studio, but we know where he is. Guest lecturer, all of you people at home and abroad. Engagement norms. I'll just say to you, be kind with your remarks. Of course, you can criticize, no problems there. And you're entitled to your opinion as much as I'm entitled to my opinion. And we can talk to each other, just like I was just talking to Alethea. We can talk to each other. We don't have to agree. And that's fine. That's fine. You can't agree with everybody on everything. That wouldn't be fun, you know? So just enjoy the experience and be courteous. New members. Joan, we having any new members? I'm sure we do. Whoever you are, big up on yourself and welcome to the university. Sextian Punk may as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. And that quote came up when we were saying, if you're going to something like it's like the Nike quote, go big or go home. And I think that came up when we were talking about MP Brownberg when she handled the mace, and we were saying she should have just grabbed the damn thing and just run out of Parliament with it. That's what, because you know you're going to be suspended for the rest of that session. So just don't touch it. Just do something. If you really want to register your disapproval of how Parliament was being handled by the procedures were being handled by the Speaker, then make a spectacle of it. Grab it and run with it. In Bahamas, one guy threw it out the window. In Guyana, people were fighting on the floor. But in England, they're more disciplined when it comes to parliamentary procedures of that nature. So what they'll do, they'll just take it and then they'll just walk straight out, and then somebody will just take it from them and say, okay, you have done the dirty deed. And then the Speaker of the House will ask you to leave for the day. So I come here for drink milk, I not come here for count cow. That means people, get busy. Get busy. I think it was in the Shawshank Redemption, one of the best movies ever made. There's a line in it. There's a line in it that says, get busy living or get busy dying. Get busy living or get busy dying. The moral is get busy. Don't be lazy. Get busy. As my father said, do something before something do you. All right. Fire the most still them think a cold breeze. Everybody know that one there. I don't know what it mean. All right. Yeah, people, Wednesday night. When check us out at 8 o'clock on YouTube. Come Reason with Rattigan. It's a program where you get to call in and you get to lead the discussion. Of course, on Saturday we don't take phone calls, because we'll find that they're kind of disruptive. When I say disruptive, to the flow of the program. But on a Wednesday, we make accommodations for that. So you can call in on a Wednesday and you can voice your opinion. And again, just be courteous when you voice your opinion. And we can have a discussion. And we can agree to agree or agree to disagree. And I say, OT, put this thing up now. We need 1,000. We're starting a TikTok channel. And we need 1,000 followers in order to go live. So we're asking you to go to the site and start to follow. It is www.tiktok.com//OJLDF. There it is, people. If you like what we're doing and you want more of it, or if you want more of it in a different style, then yeah, because this program is very structured. The Wednesday one is less structured, but TikTok is going to be unstructured. When I say unstructured, we won't have any of this where we have a topic and we have to, you have a certain time, and although I don't adhere to the time, Jonas shake her head. No, me know. OT probably worse because OT, I tell OT every night, we're going to start at 8 and finish at 10, and then midnight we're still going at it. But with the TikTok, I felt I was on someone's program and I felt a certain freedom that I didn't feel, and not that it's bad, it's just different. A certain freedom you feel when you're on TikTok because nothing is structured, nothing is prepared, and it's just a free flow conversation with people. So we need 1,000 people. So please, I was instructed to just stop the program now and just have people go over and do that and join up, but I won't do that. If we don't get 1,000 today, then we may have to do it sometime next week. Obscure, see you late for class. All right, Obscure, big up yourself, big up yourself. Juliet also will never want Patois to be used in the House of Representatives because she's defending an entity of which she was a part of the Atlantic slave trade, and that's capitalism. Daniel Taylor, you have a point. You have a point. All right. So here's what we're gonna do now. Now that the pleasantries are out the way and the formality in terms of telling you where we're going, we should really start. And what I'd like to start with is this. I'd like to start with a presentation done by JAMP, the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal. And they're exceptional as a civil society group because they try their level best to keep the politicians and government accountable. If you recall the $3 trillion story, it was JAMP who compiled the reports from the Auditor General's office and put it into one area, one document, so that you could go through and look at all of the ministries, agencies, departments that the Auditor General looked at. And you could see how money, I was going to say you could see how money was spent. Sometimes you could see how money was misspent and how money was not spent and how money was not accountable for. And then we had this debacle about whether or not unaccountable, meaning that it's there, but they're going to find it and it's not missing. Trust me, people, monies were missing. And some of those monies, at least the sums that I looked at, they're not coming back. They're gone. They're gone. Taxpayers' money, they're gone. So we're going to start with JAMP because they put out all of these really, really educational videos. You know, most of them, they're about Parliament. They do stuff on procurement. They do stuff on the role of a backbencher. They do stuff on statutory declarations. The one that we're going to play today is about statutory declaration. And that's because pretty soon they're going to publish this, they meaning the Integrity Commission, the commission. They're going to publish a summary of the statutory declarations for the leader of the opposition and the Prime Minister. We don't know if they're going to publish the one for the Prime Minister because his statutory declaration has not been certified over the past 3 years. And based on the report put out by the Commission, they have had issues with his financial position from going all the way back to when he first entered Parliament in the late 1990s. And there is a question mark over whether or not the ones that they've verified or certified, can they go back and uncertify them to say, well, you know what, the things that we know now, we didn't know them at the time that we certified the statutory declarations. But these things that we now know, they're so blatant, they're so obvious that we have no choice but to go back and look at all of them and apply the rules in light of what we now know. And there's a possibility that we may not be able to certify any of them. You know, it's wagan bada morning, can't come good evening. So that's where we are with that. Anyway, here is the first video.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption. And here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe. And if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file their declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal.
I can tell you that some of the information there will be on the exam next week. Just remember that. Oti, you can move that for me, please. All right, let's go to perspective now. And the reason why we're focused on perspective is that 2 people can look at an event, and then when you ask them to write down what they observed, in some instances, the observations will be markedly different. The one thing we know is that the language will never be exactly the same. If you put two people in a corner and say, okay, we're going to have an automobile accident here, and we want you to write down and tell us what you witnessed, you're likely to get 2 different versions of the same story. And it's the same with politics. The government takes some action, and you're likely to get 2 versions of how that action is going to benefit the people of Jamaica. You're likely to get that. But it goes a little bit further in Jamaica. And this is just my observation, and it's not a mature observation, in the sense that it's not an observation that has developed over decades. It's just it's a fairly young observation, last 3-4 years. What I'm seeing is that some hungry belly people seem to think that when the parliamentarians eat, for them belly get full. Think about that. Your parliamentarians, they eat. and your belly is full. What am I saying? I'm saying that you witness some blatant acts that don't benefit you, but somehow in your mind you rationalize that they benefit you because of the parliamentarian. You love your parliamentarian so much that whatever the parliamentarian is doing, even though you know it's wrong, even though morally, ethically, religiously, and otherwise, you know what's going on is wrong, you accept it. And not only do you accept it, you embrace it. Your politician are the best, and he might rob you blind, and he might eat well, and you might eat sardine. He might filet mignon, and you might eat crackers. You ask me if I ever think about running for parliament. No, Hugh. There's a part of me that says that I would love to teach the parliamentarians how to, and it shouldn't be, but it's because of the way they're acting right now. It shouldn't be that you have a private citizen who's saying, look, I'd really love to go there and explain to them what they should be doing. The part of me said, yeah, but another part said, but wait a minute, they're being paid handsomely. Why? Because remember, the Prime Minister said, we want to attract the best and the brightest, so we're going to give them a salary that's commensurate with the position. And we also want to compete with private industry because the salary that they were getting wasn't competitive. So they said, no, we have to make it competitive so that people, the bright people who would normally go to the private sector, they'd come to government. And so they're in government now. What a crowd. What a crowd. So what we're going to do is we need to tune down with the rhetoric and look at each other respectfully and have a conversation. And maybe we'll learn something, maybe we won't, but at least try, because perspectives matter. You've heard the phrase context matters, and ISAT, I think, coined that. And it's true, but perspectives also matter. Where you stand depends on where you've been sitting. Perspectives matter. So, take a look at this.
Ready now?
Yeah.
Alright, come now. We are going to show you the cycle of life. Say it's pointless for you to carry hatred for people and for them level of understanding. Where you see Rugo roll?
I see a double.
Me I see a M. Where you see Scarber?
See a E.
Where you see Blackie?
I see a tree.
Anyone are wrong?
No.
We are seeing things from different angles. Don't 6 can be 9?
Yes.
Don't 5 plus 1 is 6?
Yes.
So it's 3 plus 3.
6 and 4 plus 2.
So all we are do in our life, we need not to hate each other for each other's opinion. We are just a bunch of hypocrites, a bunch of sinners hating other sinners for sinning differently. We are seeing things from different angles. My mindset is on this level. Fee mindset is on that level. Him not wrong. He must say M and me over here. He must say double me I say M. That means we're seeing things from different direction. We must learn how to communicate and not to hate.
She's absolutely correct. You can move that, OT, please. She's absolutely correct. And here's another one.
Why do people see the exact same thing but tell completely different stories? It's all about relativity. No, not the physics kind, but the simple fact that our judgments are never absolute. They're shaped by our unique experiences and personal frames of reference. Think about a 70-degree room. If you just came in from a blizzard, it feels like a sauna. But if you just got out of a hot shower, It feels like a freezer. The temperature is the same, but your experience of it is totally different. That's because we all have a unique web of experience, our upbringing, culture, and past. This acts as a filter, shaping what we notice and what we ignore. This isn't about saying there's no truth. It's about recognizing our own blind spots. The best way to get a clearer picture is to ask, what do you see that I don't? By listening, you're not giving up your view. You're just upgrading it with more data.
See that? All the way, we have blind spots. We all do. We're all humans. We are all susceptible to making mistakes. And the central question that was asked there was, what is it that you're seeing that I am not seeing? Invite people to explain to you what they're seeing that you're not seeing. Because obviously, there's a disconnect. If you don't agree with the person, then you have to figure out, well, why don't I agree with this person? And that is where I find we're totally lacking in Jamaica. We tend to think in terms of parties and colors instead of policies. We tend to do that a lot. And it pains me. Because we could be much further ahead as a nation, as a people, if we could just come together and talk about our differences. No one is 100% right all the time. And you have to humble yourself when you come to a conversation. Yes, you come with your viewpoint, but you have to humble yourself to listen, to reason, and to learn. And if you cannot do that, then we will continue spiraling in the abyss of ignorance. We will. We will. So I want to start right there because I'm going to say some things today that people will disagree with. I'm going to show you some things and, people disagree. And that's fine. That's okay. Because I'm not here to support a political party. I'm here to support the people of Jamaica, wherever they are, the diaspora or in Jamaica. And the moment you start doing that, you're going to find that people who are politically inclined, they're going to take exception to some of the things you're saying. And from my perspective, that's a blind spot. And that is the opportunity to invite them to say, let me tell you what I'm seeing that maybe you're not. And then you can tell me what you're seeing that maybe I'm not seeing. And we can hold a reasoning. We can hold a reasoning. Sometimes you learn a lot by just listening, just listening. And I know members of both parties and third parties too, they're listening to this program. They're watching us. Because we're charting a course that is bent on educating and enlightening and uplifting our people. That's what we are, that's our primary mission around here. Hold government accountable. But while you're holding government accountable, make sure that you're educating people so that they can ask the questions too. And also, I'm glad I touched that point. I'm going to show you today. Remember, we've always talked about, you don't ask questions that you don't already know the answers to. That's basic lawyering, right? We're going to show you today about how some of our best and brightest display their blinding ignorance. We're going to show you today. They need to come around. They need to come to the class to listen how to formulate questions. And the first thing you need to do in order to formulate a good question is you need to know what the subject matter is. You need to prepare yourself. Otherwise, you're going to ask fool questions. You're going to ask foolish questions. You must know what the subject matter is. Spend some time. And we have a video here that we've shown now, I think, the last 2 shows with Michael Manley exhorting, influencing his party members to do what? To study. And I think that message was just more than just party members. I think that was for all of us to study. Because with knowledge comes power. How many of us are actually in politics? How many politicians are actually following that script? I can show you where they're not even reading their own manual. The manual that tells them how to conduct day-to-day operations in Parliament. They're not reading. Or if they're reading, they're not understanding. But they've gotten the training. All right. What is this one here, OT? Joan, what is, let me see something here, people.
This is a contract and I tell me, say, lad.
Today what we have is we have some light moments and we have some serious moments. This is one of the light moments. I'm just going to show you this and then we're going to go into some more light moments, but we're going to go into parliamentary mode after this. Take a look at this and I'm sure some of you have experienced this. Don't lie.
I tell me, say, house are done. By how long you man tell me, say, place are done? Oi, contractor! You mean I would have the people for the place, man? What do you mean, boss man, Ratty? How many places are done?
What me tell you? Next month.
You tell me, say, by today, from last week, the place is done. At 6 years now, you done this one?
No, man, tomorrow done, man.
Tomorrow when?
Tomorrow, tomorrow roof a slab. He pipe them all lay me and flash the wall and tile off the ground.
Tomorrow, everything I do?
Everything I done.
How?
No, man, I don't so I say I don't so.
Nobody hears me, man.
No, man, that's cool, man, but everything I done.
I style, we feel like I style me, man.
Watch out, the whole of your shop put on tomorrow. Me a flash off everything by later. Me a flash, me a beam it off tonight. And then a morning, early me come deck it off. By 1 o'clock, me flash the wall. In another 2 hours, me tile the ground. All the whole of them black they out there, so man. When you come on fence bill, man. What tomorrow, I swear to you, man. Never been a light here.
You can't take me for you now.
No!
More about my money, man.
No,
I'm not pleased with this, yeah.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? Before we come along, you have a place. Look how long.
I know you come and me tell you tomorrow.
Eh?
Me not tell you tomorrow.
So tomorrow this is done.
Tomorrow this is last year done. Me say tomorrow. Yo, just understand that everything I done tomorrow. Window put in, door I put on, everything I done.
Big man, I go get the first.
That's why tomorrow.
Me not come here tomorrow. Me not come here. Me not come here tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I promise you. Promise tomorrow.
All right.
When I said this.
How many of you have experienced that? Or you know somebody who has experienced that? I'm sure a lot of us, I'm sure. The other thing about it is, I don't think there's one Jamaican who listen to that who doesn't understand what was said. And that's a Patois. Not a Patois. We'll get to that. All right. My favorite parliament. We're going at now, and we're going to touch a little bit with the South African Parliament, and then we'll do some explanation. Then we're going to touch a little bit with the British Parliament, and we're going to work our way to the Jamaican Parliament later on, and we have some things we want to show you that will just freak you out. And also this is a good way for those of you who don't have the time to watch Parliament during the week, that you can come here on a Saturday and we can break it down for you. So you can fully understand at your leisure what transpired in the people's house, your house, during the past week. past weeks. We'll break it down. All right, here's my favorite parliament. I'm just going to show you some things and show you how people act in parliament. Now, you know that the EFF, the leadership, not exactly, there's some things that I find disturbing about the policies, but in terms of their procedures, they go about arresting bad behavior in the parliament, sometimes by committing bad behavior themselves, but they do it in a big way. And one of the things that I particularly like about them is that they study the standing orders, the rules. They study the rules. And you'll see it when they get up, when they speak, when they quote from the rule book, and sometimes even when they don't. But the problems that our politicians are having with the Speaker Juliet Holness, is partly created by them. She is who she is. But you teach people how to treat you. And if you give somebody the impression that they can walk over you, they will walk over you morning, noon, and night. And you see it all the time. You'll see a person, the way they address one person versus the way they address another person. You see it. You see it. I believe they've allowed her to get this far. Again, part of it is who she is as a person. But they didn't establish boundaries. And if they did, it was a weak fence they put up. And she just kicked down the fence and now she's up in your face. Here we go.
Honorable Lucie.
Thank you. You know, Chairperson, why the house always falls under your guide is because you don't listen.
I'm not going to listen to that
That
either.
is the problem. That is the problem
I'm
with
not going
you.
to listen to that either. That is
Because
not
it's
a
the
point
truth.
of... No,
Because
no, no.
it's the truth.
Honorable
Because it's
member,
the truth.
please sit down.
You are impatient.
No.
I think you must go to primary school or something. Go be a principal at a kindergarten.
You know, when I listened to this, I said, this could be said. And I know some of the parliamentarians in Jamaica, they're saying the same thing about Speaker Holness. What they call sotto voce, which is like in a quiet voice. They're not coming out and say it like how this gentleman is saying it, right? He's telling the Speaker that you are the reason why, you know, the parliament is the way it is, because you don't listen. You want to tell people what to do, when to do it, where to do it, how to do it. And it doesn't work like that. Let me just go back and if I were in the Jamaican Parliament, this is how I would approach it. Of course, with the rules, I'm going to stand up on a rule, point of order, and then we deal with it.
Honorable Lucie.
Thank you. You know, Chairperson, why the house always falls under your guide is because you don't listen.
I'm not going to listen to that
That
either.
is the problem. That is the
I'm
problem
not
with
going
you.
to listen to that either. That is
Because
not
it's
a
the
point
truth.
of... No,
Because
no, no.
it's the truth.
Honorable
Because it's
member,
the truth.
please sit down.
You are impatient.
No.
I think you must go to primary school or something. Go be a principal at a kindergarten or something. We always run into chaos only under your precision.
Honorable Lucie, are you aware that you are disruptive now?
No,
You are. Because
you are disrupting.
No, Honorable Lucie, you cannot do as you wish in this house. We have
You
got
also cannot do as you wish.
rules
You
in
also
this house.
cannot do as you wish.
Honorable, there was somebody standing, Honorable Steenhuisen.
We will peacefully ask you to please leave the chamber.
Yes, I'm going to do exactly that. All I'm saying is that you are so prepared to chase people who violate the rules.
Again, the same thing could be said of the Speaker, that, you know, we have a Prime Minister whose statutory declarations cannot be certified, and he's there in Parliament carrying on. And then you have somebody who just touched a relic, an inanimate object, one piece of silver, and she was disgraced in Parliament. She meaning the person who touched the mace, MP Angela Brownberg, because of the way the speaker handled the situation. Yet we have people there, Xavier Main, under investigation for serious matters by the Integrity Commission, the Commission. The Prime Minister over at FID, because he's committed, as far as the Commission is concerned, he's committed some serious, they believe that he may have committed some serious breaches, but he's not cooperating. So they can't resolve it. And that's why they referred the matter to FID. And yet still, Speaker Holness, she treats him with kid gloves. And then when she looks on the other side, it's with disdain and disregard. So what Julius is saying right here, you could actually, some of the things, I mean, in principle, not the specific events, but in principle, you could say these things about Speaker Holness. Here we go. And I played this video before, but the reason why we're playing this again is because it's extended. There's something else I want you to see at the end.
You are so prepared to chase people who violate the rules and keep a man who violate the Constitution.
Honorable Malema.
You are prepared to chase out
Honorable
people
Malema,
who are protecting the Constitution
please
in the name of the rule.
leave the
If there is
chamber.
anyone who must leave,
Honorable
it's this
Malema,
one.
leave the chamber.
I'm not going anywhere. I'm elected here.
We will assist you to go.
Wait.
We will assist
Let me
you to
tell
go.
wait.
Because
That's what
one thing
we would like you to assist us. That's exactly what made you not to be a candidate of the Women's League. Exactly that. Your conduct has failed you to be a candidate for president because you are irrational, you are impatient, you are partisan. Even your own people have dumped you. After they told you you are their candidate, you went home to do tell your ancestors you're going to be a president. After that, they dumped you because of this conduct. Exactly this conduct. How do you chase us for breaking the rules and you're not chasing a man who has broken his own his constitution? We're abused by Zuma here.
We are not going to
We are
allow
abused
you
by Zuma.
to abuse us the whole night.
No, we're abused by Zuma. You are scared of Zuma. He used you, he dumped you. He used you and promised you that you are going to be a president. And you went home, you slaughtered a cow, he dumped you. He dumped you. We are abused by Zuma here.
Honorable Malema, please
You can do
leave the
anything.
house. Honorable Malema,
If you want to
leave
kill
the
us,
house.
kill us now.
May I
You can
ask
call soldiers to come and kill us now.
at arms to please escort Honorable
Call
Malema
soldiers
out
to come
of
and
the
kill
house.
us now. We are not going to be addressed by criminals. We're going to address prisoners, not members of parliament.
Mikhail Bakunin is an anarcho-syndicalist, diametrically opposed to Marxism and Leninism.
There is no ideology there.
Each time when I come here,
I would love, some of you are saying, well, she would turn off the mic. You know why? Because they have allowed her, they've given her that power to turn off the mic. First of all, she's using the mic system as a means of identifying people in terms of the sequence in which they speak. So she'll say, okay, you press your mic, you're first, you press my, you're second. No. The standing order says, it says that you get the acknowledgement of the speaker by standing. Standing on this mic thing. But nobody raised it. Nobody raised it. The standing orders, it clearly says you get the attention of the speaker by rising. and catching the eye of the speaker. But when you sit down and you play with the mic and then you make sure tell you this and that. Rules, people, rules. I would love to hear the Prime Minister come to Parliament and say what former President Zuma, then President Zuma, says right here. Listen to this, what he says. I would love to hear Prime Minister Holness, when he comes to Parliament, I'd love to hear him say this. Listen.
There is no ideology there.
Each time when I come here, I am abused by members of your parliament. There is talk about talks and people are talking all the time about Zuma.
People, I would love to hear Prime Minister Andrew Holness says, every time I come to Parliament, I'm abused by the members of Parliament. It shouldn't be a plaything for him. This is serious business. He should be asked serious questions. No, here's a problem though. Here's a problem. Prime Minister, question and answer time. Who do you think gets the questions that, because you have to give the questions. You have to run the questions by the speaker. Well, I just get to it. The speaker determines the questions that the Prime Minister will answer. So the wife is determining the question that she's going to have all of you strangers ask her husband. But there are ways to do it. There are ways to do it. But if you're not reading that little book, that 62-page book, a booklet called the Standing Orders, you'll never know how to do it. Diane, the UK, they have a mic system, and I've been in the UK Parliament. Actually, the room is smaller than it looks on TV. I've been in there. But they have a mic system, but that's just to amplify the voice. It's not to determine, you're right, Diane. They don't use a mic system to identify speakers. They do it based on when they catch the eye, or when they catch the eye of the speaker. We're going to play the British Parliament next. But I would love to hear Prime Minister Holness say, every time I come here, I just feel abused. And he should, because there's plenty of reason.
Here.
There is no ideology there.
Each time when I come here, I am abused by members of your parliament. There is talk about talks and people are talking all the time about Zuma. They talked about me before I was a president. They are talking about me when I'm a president. And I think because I'm a politician, I'm a leader, and people tended to try to find something to talk about Zuma. My surname is very nice and simple. Zuma, very simple. So they like pronouncing it all the time. What's the problem? My laughing's not hurtful.
All right. Let's now go to the British Parliament. British Parliament. Our father and mother in terms of parliamentary procedures. In fact, Rule 43 that they used to get people, remove people out of the British Parliament, guess what? In Jamaica, it's Rule 43. Rule 43. Here we go.
Moments like this often prompt the Speaker to step in as tempers flare across the benches.
That at the time after he became Prime Minister under the coalition, and at the time when he was dividing the nation between strivers and scroungers, I asked him a very important question about the windfall he received when he wrote off the mortgage of the premises in Notting Hill. And I said to him he didn't write off the mortgage of the one the taxpayers were helping to pay for at Oxford. I didn't receive a proper answer then, maybe Dodgy Dave will answer it now. And by the way,
Order. I must ask the honourable gentleman, order. Don't require any assistance from some junior minister. An absurd proposition. I invite the honourable gentleman to withdraw that adjective that he used a moment ago. He's perfectly capable of asking his question without using that word. It is up to him, but if he doesn't wish to withdraw it, I can't reasonably ask the Prime Minister to answer the question. All he has to do is withdraw that word and think of another. Sorry? I think he knows the word beginning with D and ending in Y that he inappropriately used.
Davy.
Withdraw.
I know what you're talking about.
Very simple. Withdraw.
This man has done more to divide this nation than anybody else. He's looked after his own pocket. I still refer to him as Dodgy Dave.
When are we going to see politicians in Jamaica like this? The man is looking straight at his Prime Minister, David Cameron, and he's accusing him of financial impropriety. And the Speaker is saying that's unparliamentary, the word dodgy. And so he should refrain, he should withdraw. And this man said, no, I'm not going to. I'm not going to. And I'll show you a clip from a South African video where same thing happened. So no, you have to have the guts, the intestinal fortitude, the cojones to stand up to these people. You have to. Let's continue with this gentleman. Let me just go back a little bit. Okay, here we
To him as Dodgy Dave. Do what you like.
Order. I'm sorry. I must ask the honourable gentleman to withdraw the word. Very well. Under the power given to me by Standing Order number 43.
There you go, 43. Same thing in Jamaica. Same thing.
I order the honourable member to withdraw immediately from the House for the remainder of this day's.
Well, you notice what he didn't say. He didn't say out. Marshall, get him. Out. Didn't say it. If we're going to follow the Westminster system, then I say we should follow it to the letter and the spirit. That's what we should do. I'm still concerned that the Speaker saw it fit to ask MP Angela Brown-Burke to leave the Parliament in the manner in which she did. It's indefensible. Indefensible. This is how you do it. You say, according to the ruling, 43, I'm going to ask you to leave. It's fine. Treat people the way you would like to be treated.
Remainder of this day's sitting.
He's used to this.
Prime Minister's questions.
And also, what happened here is that they could have raised a point of order because he said that the Speaker said, if you don't withdraw that word, then I won't feel obliged to have the Prime Minister answer the question. So when the gentleman said, I'm not going to, he could have simply said, well, the Prime Minister is not going to answer. But he decided he was going to ask him to leave under Rule 43, which he had the right to do. And what did the gentleman do? The gentleman walked out.
is usually where the atmosphere reaches its peak.
There's a petition on his own Labour website with 57,000 people, including Carol, Nigel, Graham, and Phoebe, calling for an election. I don't know whether there's a Jeremy on the list, but Mr. Speaker, I know he's worried about free trade deals with America, but there's only one chlorinated chicken that I can see in this house, and he's on that bench. Will he confirm again? Will he confirm?
And at times, the jabs are as theatrical as they are cutting.
But, Mr. Speaker, I know the whole House will want to join me in recording that after 10 tumultuous years, this is your...
And listen to what Boris is going to say about the Speaker. I don't think we're going to be able to say these things about our Speaker. One of the reasons is that in the UK, when you have ascended to the role of Speaker, you must resign from your political party, because your role is now essentially a referee. Yes, we have our biases, but you are no longer a member of any party. And the purpose of that is to inject some kind of fairness in the process. In Jamaica, that's not the case. That's not the case.
Last Prime Minister's questions. And as befits a distinguished former Wimbledon competitor, you have sat up there in your high chair, and not just as an umpire, ruthlessly adjudicating on the finer points of parliamentary procedure with your trademark Tony Montana scowl, Mr. Speaker. Not just as a commentator, offering your own opinions on the rallies you are watching, sometimes acerbic and sometimes kindly, but above all as a player in your own right, peppering every part of the chamber with your own thoughts and opinions, like some tennis ball machine, some uncontrollable tennis ball machine, Mr. Speaker, delivering a series of literally unplayable, unreturnable, formally unreturnable volleys and smashes. And although we may disagree about some of the legislative innovations that you have favoured, there is no doubt in my mind that you have been a great servant of this Parliament and of this House of Commons.
And even today, the tradition of loud, combative exchanges shows no sign of slowing down.
Talk about the cost of living. This government is taking action, and under their watch, inflation was 11%, which crippled the state of finances for students as their loan rates went up.
Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed that while we're trying to talk about student loans, the Prime Minister has the cheek to talk about my party being smaller. His party is smaller too, including one MP who was arrested for child sex offences. So perhaps before he gets on his high horse, he should ask why his backbenchers are saying that they're being called the Pedo Defenders Party. Yes.
And by the way, people, I hope you see the let me show you. You see where they have their seat right here? The mace. Their mace is right here. So
benchers are saying that they're being called the Pedo Defenders Party. Yes. So why don't we get back? So if he... Yes, I didn't say it. I know it makes them...
Supporters say it's part of the rough and tumble nature of British politics.
All right. Let me just move this. People, you have two parliaments to compare and contrast. Now, there are differences, but at the end of the day, it's a parliament, right? And all three of them, the Jamaican parliament, the South African parliament, and the UK parliament, the monarch or the system is present in all of them. The system is present. So let me go now and talk to our people about a few things. Let me line this up here. Joni, tell me where is that document for, oh, Melissa. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Okay. Oops. Melissa. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. I'm going to play you a video now of the Jamaican Parliament. Very short video, less than 2 minutes. Let me set it up for you. Standing Finance Committee hearing, or committee meeting, and the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Favour Williams, she and her team are facing questions from Parliament. And she's asked about a cat bond. A catastrophe bond. The reason why we have decided to do this story now is because in a few weeks, it's hurricane season. And we're knocking on wood that the Almighty will steer all of these weather events that could cause catastrophe on our beloved island, away from Jamaica, away from danger. We're hoping, we're praying for that to happen. But Jamaica is located in the hurricane belt. And that means, all things being equal, it's likely that a weather event, small, medium, large, but a weather event cannot be ruled out. Now, the Jamaican government a few years ago decided to insure against these risks. And they insured with, I think it's called CAF, or there's a Caribbean bond. And then there's another one, the big one, the one that is facilitated through the World Bank. It's not insured by the World Bank. The World Bank, they're involved with the arrangements for investors to put up the money in the event that there's a weather event in Jamaica that meets the threshold for payment. Meaning that, you know, the eye must be of a certain wind speed, it must go through some grids, all of that it's technical, it's laid out. The first time Jamaica had that bond, the bond, the one that's facilitated through the World Bank, it was subsidized, meaning other people helped to pay for it. I think it was the US, there were about 3 nations. I think Australia might have been involved. And after that contract ended, they said, Jamaica, you're on your own now. So Jamaica decided to take out this bond. The coverage is 150 million, max. And they received it as a result of the damage caused by Melissa. And the premium is about $10.5 million, but it's not a premium the way you would pay your insurance premium. It's a percentage of, I think it's 7% of the $150 million that Jamaica has to pay every year And that comes out to about 10.5 million US dollars. I'm going to play you the video now and point out some deficiencies, some of which you already know. Here we go. Hold on. Where is... Stay with me. Or did I move it already? Okay, here it is.
Minister, does this budget have a allocation for a renewal of the catastrophe bond?
First question. Does this budget have money set aside for a catastrophe bond? Keep in mind that this hearing took place this year.
Yes, there is an allocation in there.
And what is the targeted coverage for that catastrophe bond?
We cannot say at this moment.
Second question. What is the targeted coverage of this bond? First question. Do you have money for in the budget set aside for a bond? Yes. Second question. How much are we covered? 4. You notice he didn't ask her how much is the set aside for the bond. At least, not yet.
As you would know, this would be a commercial transaction, you know, that we will use our brokers to help us and our international partners to help us to place. Obviously, we want to continue our framework for natural disaster risk financing, and we are moving aggressively to ensure that we replenish and get new instruments as well to deal with emerging disasters.
Well, Minister, I didn't ask for the achieved. I said, what's the targeted? What is the targeted coverage?
And I am saying to you, we cannot tell you the amount.
Okay.
Minister, we can't tell you the amount. It's a commercial transaction.
Minister,
it's a negotiated
Minister,
transaction.
he probably just needed an estimated rate that was applied.
No, it's not the rate I asked now.
No,
it's
he's
the
asking
coverage.
about
What is the
amount.
targeted?
Full
But I'll
coverage,
move on.
dollar
I'll
value
move on.
coverage you're asking the Minister?
Yes, I was saying...
Oh, I thought you just wanted to know what was the percentage used for her estimated cost calculation. So, Minister, perfect response. Next.
On that note, I will just thank the Minister and thank the Chair. Thank you.
Oh, you're finished? Oh, good.
What is your understanding of the exchange? First question. Do you have money in the budget? Have you budgeted for this cat bond? Answer. Yes. Next question. What is the targeted coverage? How much are we covered for? And here's the response. You know, remember, we have to go through brokers, and I can't tell you because we have to also deal with our international partners, and because we want to have a framework for disaster financing, and we want to replenish the whole thing, and it's because it's a new instrument. How many of you understood what was said? It was said in English. It was said in English. How many of you understood what was said? The reason why I ask is because I'm building up to that Patois thing. Building up to that Patois. Because if she had said, here's a scenario. Minister, have you budgeted for a cat bond? Yes, sir. And what's the coverage? It cover X amount of money me have for cover the thing. No good. Not for worry about nothing. How many people would have understood that? Almost all of Jamaica. This Minister Favor Williams, is a square peg trying to fit in a round hole. She has no idea what she's doing. This is what should be referred to as lost in space. She's taking up space, but she's lost in it. She doesn't understand the gravity of the moment, that you're talking about resilience and rebuilding based on a catastrophic event. How do you prepare for that? She doesn't get it, so it's all nothing. And here, but the criticism must also be leveled at the questioner. I would have loved the questioner to ask, how much money are we spending for this bond? And tell us a little bit more about this bond. How did we get into this arrangement? Was there an option to purchasing this bond? Why did we purchase this bond as opposed to something else? And that line of questioning. He didn't pursue. And the speaker asked him, are you finished? He said, yeah. He said, yeah. Remember what she said? Yes, it's in the budget, but I can't tell you because it's something that's ongoing. We're negotiating it. So the question is, if you're negotiating it, then how do you have money in the budget for something that you're negotiating now? Do you have any idea? Can you give us a range of what it's going to update? Think about this, people. You are buying insurance, but you don't know how much you're going to be insured for. You're paying the premium. She admitted that. Yes, there's money in the budget for the bond. And now it's how much coverage do we have? I don't know. We're negotiating. How the hell does that happen? How do you negotiate after you've paid the premium? But remember the golden rule. As best you can, you do not ask questions if you don't know the answers. Right? Look at this. Remember what she said? We're negotiating. This is 2026. She says, we're negotiating. We paid the premium, but we're negotiating how much coverage we're going to get. This, what we call that ass backwards. And here's why we don't have the best and the brightest in Parliament, despite the salary. Here. World Bank. This is not the Gleaner or Observer, a Star. See what it says? Let me make it smaller. See that? World Bank Catastrophe Bond renews. Everybody knows what that means. It means we're going to continue. $150 million hurricane coverage for Jamaica. Look at that. First sentence. In April 2024, little over 2 years ago, the World Bank issued a catastrophe bond that provides the government of Jamaica with 150 million financial protection. For what? For what? For 4 hurricane seasons in April. So yeah, there was a hurricane season in 2024. There's one in 2025. There's one coming up in 2026. There's one in 2027. So that means Jamaica is covered through 2027. So, and the coverage is 150 million. So when she's saying, well, we have to, she says, well, we have to get brokers involved and our international partners and that we have to get a framework for disaster finance. That's BS. There it is right there, people, coming from the World Bank, the folks who facilitated this hurricane coverage. April 2024, Jamaica got a bond in the amount of 150 million for 4 seasons. There it is. And let's go on and talk a little bit more about this. See, we did this story, but it's worth doing again. Look right here. See this? In March 2021, the World Bank issued a donor-funded cat bond that provided Jamaica with 185 million of financial protection for 3 seasons. So they got it for season 2021, 2022, 2023. Go back up here. You see what it says right here? The cat bond renews the cover that expired in 2023. That's this bond. The one that was issued in March 2021. And here it is. Jamaica aimed to extend the cat bond coverage for 4 hurricane seasons. So there's a contract there. There's a contract there. And here's how it's paid right here. Jamaica pays a premium for the coverage reflecting the terms of the World Bank achieved on the cat bond. So they pay 7% of 150 million every year, which I think comes out to $10.5 million US dollars. And then it tells you how the payout right here, all of this tells you about the payout, how you get the money, right? There it is right there. Here it is right here. Here's a risk period. And there are people invested. So, the question I have for the minister is, Minister, you've allocated 10.5 million, approximately 10.5 million US dollars for a bond. What's the coverage? And don't tell me that it has to do with international partners and brokers and all of that, because you're paying for coverage. You don't pay unless you know how much you're going to be covered for. And your payment is based on coverage. So, people, this is what we have as the best and the brightest. And then we also have this. We also have this. I just need some, maybe I don't understand it, and that's why I'm just asking questions. Here's a gentleman here. This gentleman here, I don't know who he is. It says Jamaica is trying to get a cat bond ahead of the hurricane season. And they expect the country to raise around 150 million in new parametric protection. There it is. Now, unless what they're saying here is that the bond that Jamaica, the payout that Jamaica received, it was 150 million over the period of 3 or 4 years, not per year. They didn't make that abundantly clear. Because I don't know who would negotiate that the full contract, because the Jamaica has a bond as well with the Caribbean. I forgot the name of it. It's CCRIF, and they're paying almost the same. They're paying almost the same, but they got 71 million from the Caribbean from Melissa, and they got 150 through the World Bank for Melissa. Now, if you're paying 31.5 million for 150 million coverage over 3 years, here's the problem. The problem is, what if the first year, if it's only 150, what if the first year you sustain damage in the amount of 200 million? You get 150. But then for the remaining 2 years, you have to pay $21 million and have no coverage. Yes, CCRIF, and have no coverage. You see what I'm saying? If you say, well, it's for the entire contract, the coverage for the entire contract is 150 million. Not 150 million per year, but $150 million for the contract period. And if the contract period is 3 years, and you have that event the first year, and you have no more money to get for the next 2 years, you still have to pay out $21 million. I don't understand this. But this is what we have to deal with. This is what we have to deal with. All right, moving right along. 5 o'clock. All right. What we're going to do now is we're going to jump into some more parliament style videos, or parliament videos. We're going back to South Africa, and then we're coming to Jamaica. And we have a lot to talk about with Jamaica. So let me go here.
Paragraph says. So how on earth am I supposed to say I the motion or not without knowing what the rest of it says? It could say something terrible about me or my party, and then you're expecting us to simply agree with it. If the member doesn't do it within the time frame, the motion falls away.
No, we're putting across what was put before the House. What was not put before the House will not be done. No. Honorable members, please don't scream and stop talking when I am speaking. Honorable Kaula, kawuthule uvala umlomo. Awuvaleki yini lo mlomo wakho. Honorable members, you have a choice, a democratic choice to indicate whether you agree or not. Exercise that choice. If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections.
Chairperson,
yes,
if I can get clarity, what are we supporting or objecting to exactly?
What was placed before the House in the numbers that the member read out in her motion without notice. That's what I'm putting across. I have no.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable members, if you do not object, I put the motion to you. Is there any objection? If there's no objection, we move ahead. Honorable Mbele, please go ahead.
Point of order, Stan.
Honorable members, can you sit down, two of you on your hind legs? Can you take your seat, please, honorable members? Suggesting to you that your conduct is
I must call a bouncer to take.
Yes, honorable member.
Rule 123.29 says, because 123.2 sets out the criteria for a valid motion without notice. 9 is very clear. May, in any event, not take any longer than 90 seconds to read out. That motion was not completed within the 90.
See, folks, I'm a stickler for things like this. This is what I'd like to see in the parliament. I want to see people get their standing orders and challenge the speaker. Don't do it based on emotions. You're going to lose. Do it based on the Bible, the Parliament Bible, the standing orders.
Seconds, so it fell foul of that rule. Now, it's too late. We've passed it and we accept it. But I think that you do need to tighten this up in future, because you can't simply have a situation where we expected to pass things that we don't know what has actually been moved. And no, I won't sit down. It's my right to take a point of order.
Yeah, Honorable Steinhuisen, I like what you are saying, because one of the requirements is precisely that members must, the time is allocated to them. They know about it. There is a clock here that you must look at. It guides you. I can be very mechanical and scream blue matter in your ear. Some of you have continued to speak. I enforce it. I do it regularly here. Some of you have had to be thrown out because you behaved as if you didn't know.
Shut up, you Steinhuisen, and listen.
House Chairperson, the Honourable President told me to shut up.
I want you to shut up. I really do want you to shut up.
President, you know, when you're president, you need to remain calm.
Honourable Steinhuisen,
this is not the NEC, this is Parliament.
Please keep quiet. I'm talking.
I'd like him to answer, but shut up is unparliamentary. He must withdraw.
I am prepared to withdraw, but I'd like Honourable Steinhuisen to listen.
He needs to toughen up.
Honourable
This is not the MTN board or the NEC.
last time,
it's Parliament. It's a robust environment.
Honourable Speaker, I think these members here ought to listen.
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
Well, can you ask the member to stop talking and sit down then, so I can make the point of order?
You won't want this done to you when you speak. Stop howling at people speaking.
I cannot give a definite date because of the obstacles. You don't know because you've got an empty head. Honourable Lucie.
Thank you. You know, Chairperson, why the house at a kindergarten or something?
Report. I've given you seconds. You are up.
Standing, Honourable
In his deliberations and recommendations in this report.
I've given you seconds. You are absolutely not learning to keep to your time. Your time has expired, sir.
But you didn't tell me. Had you told me, I could have.
Every member is given time.
No,
you're out of order, Honorable Madisha.
You're out of order, sir. You could have told me, I would have.
Well, I think this is the only parliament where the speaker is actually called to order.
Where do you come from, Honorable Member?
Next time you should tell me.
No, Honorable Member, take your seat. Next time you must read your records.
Deputy Speaker, I think we must register our dissatisfaction with the patronizing way in which you are treating Honorable Madisha. You can't say to an honorable member, you are not learning to keep your time. It's wrong.
Honorable member.
Where do you come from? Why do you address Honorable Madisha like that?
Honorable member, take your seat. I'll
Deputy
tell you why.
Speaker, I hope you know that it is wrong.
No,
you must respect Honorable Madisha. Treat him like all other members that you treat with respect.
Honorable member.
Why must you treat him like that? We won't be party to that behavior.
Oh my God, you mean Lucie can ever be this serious?
You are suppressing the Honourable Akota's right to freedom of speech. There's nothing unparliamentary about the word fraction. And if you are ruling that that is unparliamentary...
Honourable
no, this happens every time you're in the House. Every time you're in the chair, this House degenerates.
I've heard what you're saying.
You've got no control of this House, none whatsoever.
Honourable Steenhuisen, I've heard what you're saying. And the insinuations that you are making, and I'm taking them very serious, because upon conclusion, honourable members, I said, may the member refrain from using any words that may cause confusion and uncertainty in whatever way.
You are talking complete rubbish now, and you are making this House a joke. You are turning this House into a joke.
Honourable member.
You're not fit.
Honourable Steenhuisen, hi. Please have mercy on the Speaker.
How dare you infringe on his right to freedom of speech?
Honourable member, can I address that issue? Can I address that issue, and I will address it in the following way. Honourable member Steenhuisen, can you withdraw from using that word towards me? Can you withdraw from that?
What must I withdraw?
That I'm talking rubbish.
It's right. You're saying rubbish is unparliamentary now as well.
Honourable member.
Are you ruling that the word rubbish is unparliamentary?
Honourable member Steenhuisen, do you want to intervene, honourable my man?
No, I think it's important that I do that, because we sat here earlier on today and allowed members from the other side calling a whole political party racist. You didn't intervene. Now there's a whole section. Ndadele is correct at calling a member a faction. It's well within his rights.
Honourable
you cannot
member.
invent rulings.
Honourable
you can't
member.
invent rulings. I ask you to please allow Ndadele to proceed. We simply are not going to sit here and take biased rulings.
Honourable
please
member.
ask Ndadele to proceed. Please.
Honourable
please,
member, I will insist on honourable, and I would really request Honourable Steenhuisen to withdraw the word saying that I'm talking rubbish. Honourable Steenhuisen, can you withdraw the word that I'm talking rubbish?
What rule is that word on the basis?
Honourable member, I find it quite insulting for me to be told that I'm talking rubbish.
It's not true.
Can you withdraw that, honourable member Steenhuisen?
I won't withdraw it because you are talking rubbish.
That's it. Because I'm irritated now. Honourable Steenhuisen, I'm asking you again. Can you withdraw the word rubbish?
House Chair, I will not withdraw the word rubbish because you are talking rubbish.
Then you would leave me with no option than to ask you to leave the House.
I'm happy to leave the House. It'll save me having to listen to your rubbish.
Characters. When are you going to fire Minister Faith Mutambi?
Honourable President. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm not firing Minister Mutambi. I've not taken that decision. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Gadi.
You have a minister who leaked cabinet memos here in terms of the Gupta.
Honourable member, what
you
rule
have
is
got Ubaba La saying is not going to.
Honourable member.
The question
Honourable
says,
member, the
what
rules
are
do
the
not allow you
reasons
to
for
do
his
that.
delay to sign a proclamation? He must answer that question.
Honourable
and
member,
the next question is why he didn't fire
Honourable member,
that minister there.
The President has responded to that question.
He
Now
has
take your seat now.
responded. He has not replied and given an answer.
Take
There's
your
a
seat.
difference between response and giving an answer.
Take
and
your
he's
seat.
going to give an answer here. You are going to give an answer, Baba. Speaker, just wait. Just wait. Chill.
Honourable member, you are being disruptive now. Take your seat.
We are not disruptive.
No,
you
take your
are
seat.
disruptive. You
Take
are
your seat,
disrupting
Honourable member.
the House. You are disrupting the House, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, stop disrupting the House.
You are challenging the chair, and that's out of order.
Don't do that.
Honourable
Don't
member,
do that, Deputy Speaker.
we are going to request you because you are
That is not
honourable member.
going to happen, Deputy Speaker.
I've asked you to take your seat.
I now ask you again to take your seat so that this proceedings can proceed. Honorable members, your conduct is now not only interrupting
Mr. Zuma,
with the ability of the House to proceed, but you are also disregarding the authority of the chair. And if you do not take your seat, I will have to ask you to leave the chamber.
Deputy Speaker, with due respect,
I
shall take my seat, but
Honorable
you definitely have a responsibility.
Honorable member, take your seat.
Constitutional responsibility, Deputy Speaker.
Honorable members, I now ask the Sergeant at Arms to help the member out.
Deputy Speaker, no. Deputy Speaker, stop with those semantics of yours. Nobody is going to leave here on the basis that a president does not want to answer questions. He must leave. Not anybody in the House.
Honorable member.
We are insistent. We've been here. We are wanting answers. He doesn't answer. Then you instruct honorable members to leave the House. How can that be?
Honorable Lucie, nobody asked you to speak. You were not recognized.
Nobody has to. The people of South Africa ask me to.
Honorable member.
I don't speak on your permission. You don't have to ask me to speak. You don't have to ask me to speak. I'm challenging your ruling.
I also
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
If you do not take your
can't chase members of the House out on the basis of demanding answers from Ubabaga to Tuzan. Then you are rendering this session useless.
Honorable members.
We are seized with the person who is not answering questions. And you are saying we must stay here for non-answers. Why must I leave the House?
Please approach the
Why must I leave the House?
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Gadi and Honorable Lucie.
But why must I leave the House?
Honorable consistently refuse to obey the rulings of the chair. I now ask you to approach them and request them.
Defending a criminal of note against honorable members.
Honorable
you are defending a criminal.
You are also speaking, disobeying the request
against honorable members
when you
who
are
doing their job.
Honorable member,
they are here doing their job, executing a mandate given to them by South Africans.
I've requested you to approach the members, please help them.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, you cannot defend the #1 criminal at the expense of the Constitution.
Honorable members, I am
holding a criminal
the rules of the House. This institution must be conducted properly.
A criminal.
Nobody asked you to.
He must be held accountable.
I just want to remind you, the #1 criminal in this story is, guess who? His Honorable Mr. President.
If when you came here for salary only, we didn't come here for salary only.
Honorable members, I'm now
call those
the
people
mics.
to come and.
Honorable members, I have warned you. I have asked those members approached to leave the House. Honorable members, kindly leave the House as requested. Members that were told. Honorable Malema, I requested you not to speak when you are not recognized. I requested you to do that. Honorable members, I request you to leave the House. Honorable Malema, Honorable Gadi, Honorable Ndlozi, I have pointed out to you. Honorable members, kindly leave. Yeah. All of you members who are on your feet, I have requested you, you are being disruptive. You are not meant to do that. We will now request the protection services to help the Sergeant at Arms. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members, order.
Just a quick breakdown.
Order, honorable
the
members,
EFF
order.
is leaving the parliament during the presidential speech. Let that sink in.
Honorable Sonti, Honorable Sonti, I suggest that you go out of the house. I suggest that you go out of the house. Even as I'm talking to you, requesting you to stop it, you stand up and continue to do it. I request that you leave the house now. Honorable Sonti, I'm requesting that you leave the house. You have deliberately, even as the presiding officer is talking to you, defied that, and you are behaving in an acceptable manner.
Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Sonti, I'm speaking to you. Honorable,
on a point of order.
Honorable member,
On a
please
point
take your
of
seat.
order.
No, Honorable,
order on you.
Honorable Shivambo, can you take your seat?
But I'm calling order on you. You must order the rules of the house.
Honorable Shivambo.
Instruct you that whenever we call order,
Honorable
you must
Shivambo.
listen.
Honorable Shivambo.
But listen to the order before you.
I have not given you a right to speak.
Yeah, but
I
please allow
request
me
you
to
to
speak.
take your seat.
On a point of order.
Honorable Shivambo, you will not order me. I'm requesting you to take your seat.
But I can call you to a point of order. It's allowed in terms of parliamentary rules.
Honorable member, I am addressing your member there. She's
But
refusing
according to which rule are you saying she must go
Honorable
out?
member, take your
Because
seat.
The procedure of this house is that
Honorable
if a member
member.
has done something wrong,
Honorable
you must
member.
call them to order, you must call them to the microphone.
Honorable Shivambo, I'm going to
Withdraw
switch
what
off the
they
mic.
did.
I'm going to switch
But
off
you
this
are
thing.
not being unprocedural.
Honorable member, I'm going to switch off this. Honorable member, Honorable Sonti, I have given you an opportunity to comply with the rules and the address of the chair. And I'm going to request, Honorable Sonti, because you refused to rise. Honorable member, Honorable Malema, please take your seat. I'm addressing your member. Honorable member, your member refused to stand up. Honorable member. Honorable members, I have instructed Honorable Sonti. I have requested her. She refused to comply with my request. She did not rise when I asked her to do so. She refused to do so. Honorable Malema, I haven't given you a right to stand up and speak. I request you to sit down. I will allow you to speak. Honorable members, I have requested the honorable member to leave the house because she repeatedly, despite my plea to her, refused to obey the chair. And because that is inappropriate, I request Honorable Sonti, listen to you. You are continuing and you are screaming to me. I request you to leave the house. I request the Sergeant at Arms to help the member out. I request the, yeah. What's your point of order, honorable member? What's your point of order? Honorable Shivambo, just one moment. Just one moment. Honorable members, the honorable members who are standing and disrupting the member talking there. Honorable member who are talking, Honorable Sonti, please act in a manner that the Sergeant at Arms requests you. Leave those members. Please, honorable member. Sure. Honorable Sonti, we've heard what you've said to us and we'll take that on board in our next ruling. Honorable Shivambo, what's your point?
Outgoing Deputy Speaker who must outgo as soon as possible.
Did he just say the outgoing speaker who should be outgone already?
What you just did is against the rules of this house. It's totally out of order, and you are doing that because you think you're going to call violence on us when we're raising a critical issue about Mama Winnie Monday. So let us put it on record that we're going to report you to the relevant structures. In any way you're going to come back. but you must be removed like a dog because you are not useful. Every time.
Honorable member.
Every time you do that thing.
Honorable member.
Every time
Honorable
you do that, you disrespect this house. You always have got attitude against the EFF. That is what you do every time.
Honorable member.
You're out of order.
I request you to withdraw what you just said now.
Withdraw on what basis?
Honorable member.
Speaker. Okay, I withdraw. I withdraw, but when I will find you, Chief.
Honorable member, you are still gesturing at me inappropriately. You are out of order.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
You were supposed to instruct Sonti to stand up and then tell her what you wanted her to do. And then once she refused, you can take those drastic steps you are taking. And we are just cooperating with that unruly conduct of yours because we want this motion to go through. But otherwise, you must never think we're scared of your violence.
Honorable
we're not
member,
scared of your violence. We're not scared of you. You must know that.
Honorable Malema, that pointing out at me is inappropriate. You're talking to us.
According to which law?
Honorable member.
According to which rule here?
Honorable member.
Quote the rule.
I will not teach you the rules.
Because you don't know them.
Honorable member, I'm pointing out to you that when you do so and speak and address the chair, you must do so appropriately according to the rules, and if you don't, it's out of order. Honorable member, take your seat. I'm
addressing you appropriately. Otherwise, I could throw this glass at you.
Did he just say he could throw the glass of water at the Deputy Speaker? Okay, I think Malema is very, very angry today.
Honorable member, Honorable Malema, you withdraw that threat. You withdraw that threat now. You withdraw that threat.
Because I want to see this motion through.
Honorable member, withdraw that unconditionally.
I withdraw.
Unconditionally.
I withdraw unconditionally. I withdraw. I withdraw.
Honorable member.
Unconditional. I withdraw unconditional.
Honorable member, you are still out of order.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable member. Yes.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
House
members.
House Chairperson.
Honorable members.
House Chairperson.
Honorable Shibambo, I've listened to you. Can you please ask your members? Order. Can the sergeant in arms come in? Order, honorable members.
On a point of order.
Order. Sergeant at arms, can you please come in?
On a point of order.
I do respect your ruling.
Yes.
But I think we cannot allow in this house for someone to say white can't speak in this house.
Honorable member.
We cannot.
Honorable member.
Listen, Honorable House Chair.
Can you finish your point of order?
Sit down.
Order.
Sit down.
Honorable.
Sit down.
Honorable Makaula. Honorable Makaula.
Never. Never point at me.
Honorable Kaula.
Never.
Honorable
Never.
Plawama.
Fuck off.
Honorable Plawama. Can you please take him out? Honorable Plawama. Honorable Wilson. Sergeant in arms, can you please take those members out? Honorable Plawama. Honorable Plawama. Can you please, the protection services come in? Can we suspend the house for 5 minutes?
No, chaps.
Protection services.
President, the FFA government already housing. No, but we can't be intimidated. No, President, they can't intimidate us. We have a democratic right to be here. No, President, I can't.
And that was it for today. I think after what we have just watched, we both agree that the Speaker of that Parliament should get a salary increment and a hardship allowance.
All right. All right, you can move that, OT. So, folks, what we just did was we just showed you what can happen when you have a speaker who has lost the respect, who has lost control of the House. We're not there yet in Jamaica. And I don't know if we'll ever get to what we just witnessed. But some would argue that we need to get there in order to shake things up. Because at the rate things are going, it doesn't look good, and it doesn't look like it's going to get any better. It doesn't look good, doesn't look like it's going to get any better. At least there, what we have, even though it's a rowdy crowd, but they know the rules. They know the rules. And sad to say, our people, they behave as if they don't know the rules. And let me just find something here. John, just tell me where we put where did we put the training? Was it? Hold on 1 second. Oh, diaspora. We can just leave the training for now. Let me just go to diaspora. Here's what we're gonna do. We'll just show you parliamentarians behaving badly, and we're gonna show you some more on the Jamaican side. Jamaican parliament is tame compared to the South African parliament. Part of that is because you have a minority party that is punching above its weight. It's saying we are here and you must recognize us. Regardless of how you feel about, like I said, I have my issues with the policies, but I'm talking about the procedure. The fact that they have made it their business to know their standing orders. They've done that. And what I want to do is, hold on 1 second, folks. I wanna shift gears now and talk to you about a conference that's coming up in Jamaica. Okay, hold on. See, when Kevin are there, I have all kind of issues. Hold on. Is it this? Is it this? I think this is it. Okay, here it is. I'm going to show you something. Here we go. All right. Okay. Now, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, in collaboration with the government of Jamaica, or better yet, I should say it the other way around. The correct way is the government of Jamaica, in collaboration with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, is having the 11th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference in Jamaica next month. And there it is right here. Oh, let me go back. Okay. View events. Let me see, view events. Okay. Let me take this down and get on my soapbox. Do not go. Do not go. Especially if you're struggling. And most of us in the diaspora, we're having some challenges right now, financial and otherwise. Don't go. This conference is not for you. It was never intended for you. It was intended for people with moolah, with cabbage, money. It wasn't meant for you. And over the years, the people for whom the conference was not meant for, they have supported the conference, thinking that they themselves would benefit, or on a wider scale, the community would benefit, only to find out that that's not the case. This is about rich people getting together with other rich people trying to get richer. It's not about you. It's not about you. They tell you this is about people with a product to sell, and they want to invite you in and have you as a captive audience for 3-4 days for you to spend what you don't have. This is not for you. Airfare, ticket prices are skyrocketing. Hotel rates are skyrocketing. Car rentals skyrocketing. Food skyrocketing. And on top of that, when you get there, you have to pay to go to your conference. Or so they say, it's your conference. You have to pay. You have to pay. And then when you get there, the topics are not topics that will be beneficial to you. And I know they're listening because we're in court. I know they're listening. Let me just say that I have no problems with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, provided it enters into a partnership relationship with the government, not a subordinate relationship as it is now. They need to kindly inform the government by way of an amendment to the terms of reference that the diaspora is mature enough to run this organization. We will have a relationship with the government of Jamaica, whoever the government is. We will have. It is expected and it is necessary to have a relationship with the government of Jamaica. But keep in mind, people, that the policy, the purpose of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is founded in the diaspora policy. And that policy says that 2 things they must do. 2. They have a lot of pages, but it boils down to 2 things. 1, they're supposed to, if you live in the diaspora, they're supposed to help you to prosper. That's the word they use. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, in collaboration with the government, they are supposed to help you to prosper in the country where you live. Not only you, but also your descendants. That's number 1. And number 2 is to leverage that prosperity into assisting Jamaica with its national development plans. Don't get it twisted. That is the order, because you can't help Jamaica if you're not in a position to help Jamaica. So they say our policy is to make sure that wherever you live overseas, UK, US, Canada, Europe, wherever you live, our job is to make sure that you prosper. Because when you prosper, then you can invest in Jamaica and you can help us with not only a financial investment, but also an investment of ideas that you can provide guidance and counsel to us as we navigate this complex world of nation building and development. That is their mandate. And so I put it to you, ladies and gentlemen, how many of you have actually prospered as a result of the Jamaican government and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council? Not many. Not many. In fact, I'll tell you that the people who have prospered, the ones who are spearheading this campaign, that a lot of them, they did not prosper as a result of actions taken by the Jamaican government and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Again, let me be clear. I think the council is a wonderful concept, provided that it is run, remember the name, global, worldwide, diaspora, Jamaicans living overseas, of Jamaican heritage. That's it. So why is it then that the people whose name appears on the marquee and to whom this organization is beholden in terms of making them prosperous, why is it that they are not running the organization? Why is it that the 4 members who lead and direct this organization, that 3 of them are government officials, and the 4th person is somebody that they appoint from the diaspora? Something is wrong. And they can change this. They can change this by a 2/3 vote of the membership. It's written in the terms of reference. In fact, I think it is the very last clause. You can change it. And that's what I'm advocating for. I'm not against the government. I'm not against the Diaspora Council. What I'm saying is that the way it is structured, it is not beneficial. It is not benefiting the Jamaican diaspora. And the reason for that is this. Remember the first video we played? The first video, or the first 2 videos. No, sorry. Was it the first 2 videos? In the first set of videos we played, because I think the first one was probably Jam. Yeah, the Jam video. But we were talking about perspectives. So you see, when the way the government looks at the diaspora is not the same way the diaspora looks at itself. And that's why it cannot live up to its mandate. It cannot live up to its mandate of prospering Jamaicans living overseas, because it doesn't look at the organization from that perspective. And what I'm saying is, let the diaspora run the diaspora organization and let them have a relationship with the government of Jamaica. There's nothing wrong with that. But people are upset. People are raising Cain because I've proposed that we should change the terms of reference to reflect leadership by the diaspora, for the diaspora, within the diaspora. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, there's everything right with that. Because when you read the terms of reference, ladies and gentlemen, as I have, it's skewed. It's skewed towards the government. Remember what I said, perspective. And when you read it, you can see where the government is going. The government is essentially saying, you are there to serve us. There's nothing wrong with trying to serve the Jamaican government, but not in that manner. And there's nothing wrong with a dissenting voice. All voices must contend in a democracy. All voices must contend. You may not like what I'm saying, but you have to listen. That's a democracy. But they don't see it that way. They see me as an antagonist. Simply because I'm standing up for the diaspora. Who's standing up for the diaspora? Who? Who? Any diaspora member who tells you that he or she is okay with the structure of the diaspora, the management structure, the leadership structure, they don't have your best interest at heart. They don't. And now, they have this conference every 2 years. It was suspended. I think they had it online during COVID. But now you have to spend all of this money. And I'm willing to hazard a bet. In fact, it's not even a hazard. I'm sure of this bet. That for every 10 persons who attend this conference or these conferences, if you ask them, how many of you have seen the community, the diaspora community, benefit from the conversations you've had in Jamaica? How many of you have seen people profited or become prosperous from it? I'm willing to bet you that somewhere between 8 to 9 people will tell you that nothing. I'm willing to bet you. If they're honest, if they're truly honest. Because when you ask them, you said every 2 years you've had this conference. Show me what you have done for the people in the diaspora and the people of Jamaica as a result of this conference. Show me what you have done to make them prosper. Show me. I've been to one of these conferences. And basically, it's nothing but trading. You will get the occasional, you will get the speeches by the ministers. And the speeches mean absolutely nothing. And then you'll have the vendors. Or you'll have the salespeople. You'll have the sales pitches. And they're trying to sell you something. People, a lot of us, we sit at our kitchen table with bills piled high. And somehow we're supposed to believe that meeting with these individuals will make our lives better. You go, you take a picture with a minister or some high-ranking official. Is that going to pay your bill? Does that make you feel better? Because you ask the person who's in the picture with you, you ask them the following week, you know this person? They won't remember you. It's not their nature to remember you. Not unless you're making some serious contributions. If you want to take pictures with people of importance, take some pictures with your family members. Take some pictures with your parishioners, your church brothers and church sisters. They care more about you than these people that you were trying to support. A picture captures a moment in time. It doesn't put food in your stomach. You have to realize this, my people. And so this piece of nonsense that they're having there, 11th Jamaica Diaspora Conference, I'm telling you, do not go. And by the way, you have to pay to, you have to, here it is, early bird con. Oh, you have to pay $180 to go. And $180 entry fee. This doesn't include hotel, and if you want a car to drive around, and your transportation, your air travel, and if you want to buy little knickknacks, or if you want to buy something on the road, no. This is $180 to come and listen to people talk down to you, and then talk about you after you're gone. They don't care about the diaspora. I've heard the conversations. They see the diaspora as a money pit. They see you as willing participants in your demise. Lambs being led to the lamb being led to the slaughter. That's how they see us. They don't see you as a partner. And so my argument is, let's work harmoniously as partners. Not with this hierarchical structure. Let's work with it being flat. So we come to each other as equals. This, a flat structure, not this. This is what they want. This is what it should be. And that's all I'm asking for. And some people, him no want to work with the government, him no want to work with the diaspora. Poppycock. Absolute foolishness. Rubbish. I am willing to work with whomever is willing to work with me for the benefit of the Jamaican people. I am not looking a dime. I am fine. I am looking to provide the resources so that somebody will aspire to be better than Rattigan. I want them to meet and exceed the things that I've done. Because we have the talent in Jamaica. We have the talent here in the US and elsewhere. We have the talent. Let's nurture and support the talent. And the government should be a part of that. If you're talking about nation building, yes, there are people here who would willingly come back to Jamaica to help with national development. You have architects, you have doctors, you have nurses, you have accountants, you name the profession. Diaspora members here occupy seats in those professions. And that's all I'm asking. But no, power doesn't yield. Power doesn't like to share. And this is what you're planning to go to. No, let me move this. Here's what you do. I have an option for you. If you're planning to go to this conference, take it from Wilfred Samuel Rattigan. Don't go. Waste of time. Here is here is an investment, because that's not an investment. That's not a good investment for you. Here's an investment. Tune in to our program. And I say our because, it's not just me. I'm the face, but we have a tight-knit group of people here. We have producer June, we have producer OT, we have Kevin, and we have a few others. We are going to do a conference, People's Conference, Diaspora Conference, the real one. We're going to have one at night, and I think we have decided that we're going to do it from 8 to 10 the same time that they're having theirs in Jamaica. I don't think me they done. Me just a come. And whatever the topic they discuss that day, we are going to discuss it that night. We don't want any conflict, so we're not going to do it during the daytime when they're there. And we don't think they're going to come and do theirs at night when we're doing ours. So it's a good event for those of you not going, because you're going to sit and you're going to listen. You're going to sit in the comfort of your home, by the way. It's costing you nothing. And you're going to sit and you're going to watch us dissect what they're doing and talk about options, things that we can do. And we're not asking you for no money. We're just asking you to be present and listen and take away from it what you want to take away. So we're asking the government of Jamaica and the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council to please put out their promo so that, and work with us. Put out your promo, and then we will put out ours to kind of like to show the harmony between us. That you're putting out one and we're putting out one as well, and that you're going to be in the daytime and that we're going to be in the nighttime, and that you're going to be talking about this and we're going to be talking about the same thing, so that the Jamaican people can get a sense of what's going on, those who are not going. And those who have made a decision to attend, you can still join us at nighttime. And you get 2 for the price of 1, because you won't pay anything to listen to us. But for them, you have to pay a lot. Yes, Waxy Brown, we're going to have a Zoom meeting. And we're going to have experts on the panel, and we're going to talk about the things that they talk about. And if they talk about something that's good, by all means, we're going to highlight those things. We're going to highlight them. And it's only fair that we do that. Because remember, it's not about us as individuals. It's about us as a collective. It's about the community. The diaspora must prioritize the diaspora, meaning you must take care of the people in the diaspora. They must have a safe haven, a place they can go to when they have challenges, with the legal system, the social services system, whatever the system is, that they have a place that they can come to and they can feel safe and secure in the knowledge that they're going to get some assistance. Some people, they don't want money, they just want some advice. So the diaspora must prioritize that. The diaspora also must prioritize a relationship with the Jamaican government on behalf of Jamaica. Because we have to help our brothers and sisters. We have to. And we cannot be seen in this relationship. We want to be seen in this relationship. We want to know that when we send money, we want to make our donations to help because of a catastrophic event, that the money is going to be spent, and the money is going to be spent well. We don't want to make donations and the money over this, and the people that must suffer over this. No. We want to make sure that when we give the money, we know where the money is going. That the money doesn't leave and end up with some minister, some high-ranking official, and then all of a sudden we don't know where it is. And I make reference to the money that was collected after or during COVID. I think it was 300 or 400,000 US dollars. And just recently in Miami, a check was handed over in the amount of $400,000. And where is that money? So now we're talking combined about $700,000, $800,000 US dollars. And I've been asking, where did this money go? Who benefited from this money? Who prospered from this money? And I cannot get an answer. Cannot get an answer. And that is a problem for me with the diaspora. So I'm telling you, don't go. Tune in to, and I'm sure they don't. If they really care about the Jamaican diaspora and the Jamaican people in Jamaica, if they care about Jamaica and Jamaicans, they would say, you know what? We're going to have our conference during the day, but we're going to support you watching Mr. Rattigan and the rest of his group watch their program at night. We think it's a good thing because then you can see, you can get a panoramic view of everything that's going on. Not a myopic view, a narrow view, but you can see the whole thing. And who wouldn't want that? Why wouldn't you want to hear the full story? So you see, we are advertising their thing, but we're telling you, don't go, and we're giving you good reasons. Now, we know that people are going to go. We know that some people are going, because some people licky, and some people nyami. And some people just want eggs up. Because them life to complete if they don't get a picture with a minister. And that means nothing to me because, listen, I've met some pretty amazing people and it never fazed me. Because at the end of the day, remember, if it's a man, he might put on him pants the same way me put on my pants. One leg at a time. He might go to the bathroom the same. And if it's a woman, she'll breathe the same ear me. I breathe. Now breathe not different ear and thing like that. We're all people. And the moment you start doing that, you have diminished your worth in their eyes. Remember, you teach people how to treat you. Remember? And if they get the sense that, hey, you can't do without them, you need them, even though it's the other way around, they've got you. So I'm hoping that they will advertise our program. But speaking to them now, seriously, as I have been, I would like for them to put out their promo, because we have our promo person waiting to put out our promo as well. And we want to do our promo similar to theirs, because we want people to know that this is a Jamaican thing. It's not just a government thing or a diaspora. It's a Jamaican thing. So we want the promos to kind of like, you know, match. So we're asking them to please put out their promos. I don't know why they're taking so long, because the last time the promos were out already. So I want them to put out their promo. But let me tell you something. If the things are not put out on the promo the last minute and get to it, it now work, because we have planned already. And as we have to put out a promo, and we have our promo person waiting for that promo, and then we can finish that within an hour. We can do that. So I had to get on my soapbox with that. We have a video too, you know. Now we have 3 hours. And I could just go on and on with this thing here. I wasn't gonna play the video, but oh, hold on a second. You know what? I have too many things up right now. So, oh, wait a minute. Let me move this. All right, I think I can get it. No. Let's see. All right. Here it is. We played this one time, but we didn't play the whole thing. Here we go.
So the areas.
But
Urban planning. So these as complete. We focus.
That him? Yeah.
Let
me just say this. People, when we talk about resilience and maturity, we're talking about it in the sense of the approach to life. You are not always going to hear things you like. That's just not life. You're going to hear things from people you don't like, and you're going to hear things from them that you don't like. So you don't like the person and you don't like the message. But still, you have to listen. Because that's the only way you're going to be, that's one of the key ways of making a credible argument. To say, you said this. So a lot of times I listen to the Prime Minister and I listen with glee. You know why? Because I know he's going to say something that is going to contradict what he said last week or the week before, something, sometime in the past. I know he's going to do it. Because you know why? These politicians by nature, they make promises they can't keep, and they know it. They know it. So you have to listen to them, and when you listen to the garbage that they're spewing, then you can throw it back at them. But if you don't listen to what they're saying, and I'm asking you, please bear with me. If you don't listen to what they're saying, then how can you ever approach them? How? You know, sometimes, apart from the Prime Minister, but sometimes I listen to some of these people and I cringe. But I said, no, I have to listen. And when I listen, I'm able to come back and say, that don't make no sense. That makes absolutely no sense. And then I'll find an article, or I'll find a rule, or I'll find a document, or I'll find something to say, this makes no sense. So I'm asking you to be patient. I'm asking you to be patient. It's tough. But in order to be credible, you have to be patient and you have to listen. Like Prime Care, right? Promises or performance. You won't know unless you listen and watch. And then what you don't want to do is you don't want to just listen to what somebody told you. Case in point, today I got a call from a member of the Prime Minister's inner circle. And he's trying to convince me that people are besmirching the good name and character. And he's watching right now. He's watching. Our brethren, he's saying that they're the Prime Minister, you know, with the money that they're claiming that he didn't spend, that they said he kept like 98% of it. And they don't understand that there are rules and, you know, you need signatures and you can't just spend money and this and that. When I listened, I wanted to interrupt. My instincts was just, but then I had to arrest my instincts and say, no, do not interrupt, listen. And I listened to the point where the person said, are you still there? And I said, yeah, man, now listen to you, man. And then when he was finished, now I said, okay, let me explain to you what's going on with it. And when I explained to him, mom's the word. Mom's the word. So just try a little patience. Let me hear where, now listen to him too much.
I always know that our diasporans are really ambassadors of Jamaica across the world. And Oliver, again.
That is what them say when they want your money. They have them hand in your pocket when they're saying that. Because, truth be told, they have no, they really don't see any, the primary purpose for them of the existence of a diaspora, the primary one is to provide assistance. That's it. It's to provide assistance. That's why they're fighting so hard not to come off of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Why? Because once that's done, they have no control. You see, when you have a relationship like this, everything is controlled from here. When you have a relationship like this, what do you have? Push and pull. See the difference? I'm arguing for this with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and the government. It is this right now. And I'm saying no, should be this.
And thanks to you and the team for hosting us some 2 weeks ago as we continue the diaspora tour. Some persons have messaged, they've called from all across the world wanting to know why Miami. And I said to them, well, CG Mayor would have had it.
Move this down on.
When you look at expertise, your investments, your collaboration, and just your, well,
every time you listen to them speak, you will hear one word. You'll hear, they'll say a lot of words, but listen out for this one word, investment. You're going to hear that quite often. And when they're saying investment, they're not talking about this. Verbal investment, like you're going to come and you're going to help them develop a plan. No, you know, we're very proud people and we believe we know everything that there is to know. Even when we are born up and the ship go down, we still say we know everything. When they say investment or resources, this is the primary one they're talking about. This.
And just your thought processes generally as to how we can work together to build a better Jamaica. So the Diaspora Conference, June 14th, 18th, those are the kind of the strategic discussions that we're having. We've also spoken.
Ask him, strategic discussion. Ask him, did you have a strategic discussion 2 years ago? And if you did, show me the evidence that a plan was developed and it was implemented and people prospered. Ask them. Ask them.
We had a meeting with the Small Business Association. CG Mayor was actually in Jamaica last month for that meeting. And we've asked them to send us a list of at least 50 projects that are ready to just take the shovel and go into the ground and start building.
Why should we give you money and have you dig ground? And we see we're on a dig ground, sometimes on the dig ground for the same for the project twice. We've seen that. On the dig ground and nothing became of the project. We've seen that. We've seen that. And listen carefully. Listen carefully, my people. Listen carefully if you ever hear them say, we would like you in the diaspora to prosper, and we are going to do A, B, C, D, E, F, and G to help you in the diaspora who need help. Because we know that there are people sleeping in their cars on the shopping plaza out of State Road 7 and Oakland Park. We know that there are people in shelters. We know that there are people having problems with housing. There are people having problems with immigration. There are people having medical problems. There are people having problems with travel documents. They have all kinds of people. And we are coming to help you. And we have helped you. How come you don't hear that? That is what I'm listening for. Instead, we hear, bring your money, come. Bring your money. And we dig a hole right here and groundbreaking. But actually, it's more like digging a hole so them can hide your money. We said, no, show something that's going to benefit us in the diaspora. Because you say you're going to benefit us where we live. That's what you said. We are going to make them prosper where they and their descendants, in the countries where they and their descendants live.
So that when you come to the conference, you will be able to see these 50 ready-to-go projects to say, well, I like this one, I like that one, I think I can partner with this one, I think I can partner with that one. I had a meeting with a young man from Canada who is in Jamaica now, getting a head start on some projects, email follow-up, and so forth. again, because people want to be a part of it. So I'm not sure if it's about maybe 25 or 35 sponsors, but they'll be on tomorrow morning for the breakfast meeting at a particular location.
Hear that? Them have 35. If you give an example of one person, one, right? Because that's probably all it was. It was just one person out of the whatever who showed up. And then you talk about 50 sponsors or whatever, or 50 the sponsors and then the projects, and they're having breakfast meeting. 20 to 35 sponsors. That's the people that they must set up for. Say, hey, they must have some people where we can get a change off of them people, and can eat a food off of them people. Think about it. Jamaica people, we're not born big. We're not born big. And I used to say we're born. Them have 50 projects and them wait 2 years for you come and them share the 50 projects with you. Why they couldn't do it? Why they couldn't come up and then go to all of the town hall meetings and take questions and through the embassy and the consulates and the high commissions? Why they can't come up and say, listen, we're working on some things, all of you people here, and blah 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 blah. Why they wait 2 years, every 2 years to do it? Why? And when you come to Jamaica, them give the hard sell. And then them just beat and switch, you know. No, if you have projects that you think that would be beneficial to the diaspora, why wait 2 years? Why not just, you've been traveling. You say you go Miami and you've traveled to Europe and all over the, why don't you travel with these people, these business people, and say, listen, this is what we have. Have people talk to them and then decide if they want to do it or not. Why you wait 2 years?
To discuss ways in which they can leverage their business with the diaspora conference. Again, you know, last...
You hear that? You hear that? He just admitted it. The way that the sponsors can leverage their business with the diaspora conference, meaning that we want them to come and then they'll become captive audience and then we just boo. And just sell them what we want to sell them. You have not, and you will not hear him say, this is to benefit the people who are struggling overseas. Because let me tell you something, people in Jamaica, find no better roads. Some people might come and give the impression say you can walk on the street and pick up money. Anybody you say I walk on the street and pick up money? Mental. Them head down, them just mental. You have to walk for your money in a foreign. You have to work for your money. So, the idea that they're going to have you come and them have people there with projects waiting for you. I don't buy that. If you truly have projects, there are ways that you can go about getting financing for those projects without having to wait 2 years. Or whatever the time period is. You don't have to wait and line up everything. You're on the road all the time. You can just have a town hall meeting. Have a summit. When you come, do it. So
conference, we're talking about 18 different countries, almost 1,200 persons coming to Jamaica. I mean, if you can tap into that kind of network, again, it's great for your business. It's great for Jamaica. When Jamaica wins, we all win. When the diaspora is empowered, Jamaica wins. So for us, the conference, it's about building you, building your brand, building your business, and of course, building Jamaica. So
what you should ask them is, whose conference is this? Whose conference is this? So you must ask, whose conference is this? Talk to me. Talk to me, Minister Terlong. Whose conference? What was the diaspora's input into this conference? Were they told that this is what is going to happen? Or did you suggest ideas, and were any of those ideas rejected? People, you know what? Let me move him. Let me move him. Here's what we are going to do now. We want to talk about, we could talk about Patois. We could talk about this Patois thing here. We have a whole heap of videos, right, so with Minister Vaz and a whole bunch of things, but you know what? Let me just remove them. Let me just remove them, and maybe we'll come back to them, but let's get into the Patois thing. All right. Let me ask. A second. All right, OT. Virtual opening. All right, here we go. Virtual. Virtual opening. Hold on. Virtual closing. Hold on. Ooh, we need something else here. Hold on. Where is it? Virtual. Hold on. There's a very important video I have to show you. Where is it? Okay. We have time, people. Just bear with me. I have to put up some things. We're going to ask some questions. There is one here. Okay, here it is. Found it. But you know, we have about 60 videos to show today. We won't get to them, and we have God knows how many documents. We've been working around here, people. We've been working. All right. Let me set this up. For those of you who don't know, while I do that, let me just find one document over here. Ooh, okay, here it is. All right. Hold on a second. One second. I have it written down here. Let me 6, and there's another 6. Hold on. 46. One second. We still work about the diaspora conference because I think it's just, what they're doing is just so wrong. It's wrong on so many levels. And people just, I don't understand it, you know. People just decide that they're going to spend their money, they're going to go, and then they have nothing to show for it. And then they keep going. Although some people have told me that they're not going, they're not going to support it going forward. Okay, I was right, 46 and 86. All right. 6 and 86. All right, let me set this up now. Nikisha Burchell, MP Nikisha Burchell. I've watched her performance in Parliament, and she's new, but already she's displayed a maturity beyond her years in Parliament. In a sense, we would call her precocious. She's unafraid. She's intelligent, highly intelligent. She does not mince words, and we know that. And there is an obvious tension between MP Nikisha Burchell and Speaker Juliet Holness. That is my opinion, based on what I've seen. There is tension there. I can only speculate as to the genesis of the tension. But I don't think I'm speculating when I say that there is a genuine tension there. You can feel it, it's palpable, you can feel it between them. And I've seen them in the House, and I've seen them in the PAAC. So, they have in Parliament what they call sectorial presentations, where a ministry or a minister would come up and make a presentation about the grand plans of the ministry. And the opposition spokesperson for that portfolio would also make a speech. In this case, you're going to see that MP Burchell, she, based on the order, she was required to go first. Ideally, you want the minister to go first, to say, this is what we're doing, and this is what we plan to do. And then the opposition person can come and say, what you're doing needs improvement, and provide constructive criticism. But in this case, the opposition spokesperson went first. That's not remarkable. What's remarkable about her speech is that it's a maiden speech. First. And generally, when someone is giving their first speech, it is done so without interruptions. A maiden speech is generally delivered without any interruption. Because you want to hear what this person has to say, and it's the first time, and you give them that deference in Parliament. No, she did something that I thought was brilliant. Well, she's done a lot of things, I think, highly of. But what she did was, yeah, and Empress Noma said, our shape, dress, good look. Empress Noma, let me just say, I cannot improve upon what you've said. Leave it like that. We can't improve upon what you say, Empress, now. I'm going to leave it like that. But me and you know what we are talking about, right, Empress, now, man? But what was brilliant about what she wanted to say was she's speaking on culture, entertainment, and some other things. But for cultures, she wanted to express herself using the most effective form of culture we have, and that is what? Speech. Speech. So she said, I'm going to talk some patois because I'm talking about culture, and patois, communication is a central part of the culture. The culture is how you think, it's how you dance, it's how you walk, it's what you eat, it's the music, and it is also how you speak. Jamaican patois is rich. You don't know it. You don't know it until you have traveled. And you've traveled to places where you think there are no Jamaicans. And then you hear one. Kiss me neck, Bob. Then you hear one. I've been in places where there's supposed to be no Jamaicans. There are no Jamaicans. And then you hear the accent. And all of a sudden, all your burden lifted. You just feel like you want to talk to the person. And the first thing, wagwan. When I moved to New York in the late 1970s, right? The first time I felt that Jamaican energy. First time. And people who live in Brooklyn don't know this, what I talk about now. It was the first time I went on Utica Avenue. And me hear a man chat the patois. And me say, yes. Yes, my brother. Yes. And when you have to speak to people, or when you're in a place where you don't expect it and you hear it, it's like it just triggers something in you. It just triggers something. And you want to go over and talk to the person and say, what go on? Where I say, how long you there? Where, you there with the white picnic, your work, what go on you so? I was in Tokyo and met a Jamaican and just felt good all over. I was in Saudi Arabia, met Jamaicans, good all over. I was in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, good all over. All over Europe, good all over. I was in Bangkok, and me hear the reggae music. No Jamaicans, but some Thai dread. And them have some Bob Marley shirt. And I was in Cape Town, I driving at the back part of Cape Town, hear some Peter Tosh a play, and there was a dread there. South African dread. Actually in Cape Town, them have a section, I forget what them call it, but it's a pure Rasta man live, and it's a Rasta community. And you just feel like, yes, they are. Yes, Peter, Jaja. People, patois, you don't appreciate it until when you leave Jamaica. And you go places where they talk it and then you're running at some Jamaicans. And you let your hair down. No matter how you stush and prim and proper and carry on wherever you are, when you hear the Jamaican accent, whew, you shoulder drop. And you want to go say something to the person. And more likely than not, the conversation I go start with, Wagwan, a Jamaica you come from? Yeah, man. Which part of Jamaica? And that's how it started. So, anybody who would give you the impression that the culture, the language doesn't play a central part in the culture, they don't know what you're talking about. Because one of the things about humans is communication. They have to communicate. And we communicate differently depending on our culture. It's a very unique way of communicating. You know, I learned, for example, just to talk about culture, I learned in Saudi Arabia that they will never tell you no. They'll say, inshallah, God willing. They'll never tell you no. Because it's not their culture to tell people no. So, Nikisha did what I thought was brilliant. And as she started, she was stopped in her tracks. By the Speaker of the House. And there were people on the government side making all kind of comments. Let's play the video and discuss it. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Manchester North Western for his very excited presentation. I trust his colleagues. I did not hear the excitement yesterday, but we move on. We will have now the member from St. James Southern, who will make her presentation, Madam Speaker.
Oh, should I come? Okay, good. Okay.
Hear the first comment. Shina, the tension is there, people. The tension is there. But we're going to put the tension aside, and I just want you to listen. I want you to listen to a product of Jamaica. My only regret is that I'm going to have to stop and make comments throughout her presentation. But this was an outstanding presentation. This presentation is supposed to make all of we as Jamaicans proud. As they would say in America, she gets it. This lady has done her homework. This lady is well schooled. This lady is disciplined. And this lady is loyal to the culture, to the people, and to the country. I want to listen to this lady.
You may begin.
You hear the little, you hear it though. You may begin. It's all right.
Madam Speaker, me get up this afternoon to make my first sectoral speech for my portfolio.
Hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you again during your presentation, you will not get any additional time. No, and she knows. Standing order 6, page 3.
Representation and culture. It's not Spanish. That's Spanish.
Madam Speaker, here allow me to speak. A leader. Madam Speaker, perhaps I should abandon that attempt to use our local language.
People, you don't tell me say this woman is not brilliant. When one door closed, another one open. You see what she does? Make the change. Lady, I bully her now. I'm going to show her and show the opposition what they should have done. I am going to do what they should have done. Granted, it's late, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to show you. But you notice how she does pivot. You notice how she does pivot. Listen to it. Let me go back.
I get up this afternoon to make my first sectoral speech for my portfolio.
Hold on.
First thing is this. Tell me one Jamaican when I understand that. Me get up this afternoon to make my first sectorial speech. Who no understand that? Me get up this afternoon to make my first sectorial speech. Who no understand that? Who no understand that in Jamaica? This is about communication. This is about culture. That's the topic she's talking about. But listen to the pivot. Listen to the pivot.
Oh, she not come. Okay, good. Okay.
You may begin.
Madam Speaker, I get up this afternoon to make my first sectoral speech for my portfolio.
Hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you again during your presentation, you will not get any additional time. No, and she knows. Standing order 6, page 3.
Representation and culture. It's not Spanish. That's Spanish.
Madam Speaker, here allow me to speak. A leader. Madam Speaker, perhaps I should abandon that attempt to use our local language because I have been reminded of the linguistic conventions of this honorable House. Because maybe there is no more fitting way to begin a presentation on culture than to speak briefly in the language understood by the overwhelming majority of Jamaican people. Even if that language still struggles for full acceptance in some of our most formal national spaces, including this very parliament. So let me give you the Queen's English. Let me give you the Queen's English. At the outset, permit me first to thank the Leader of the Opposition, the Most Honourable Mark Golding, for the confidence he has placed in me through this portfolio assignment. I also thank my parliamentary colleagues, my councillors, my constituency and personal team, and the many people who support the demanding work of representation and public service every single day. Public life is never carried by one person alone. And I especially want to thank my parents, Miss Fair and Pastor Burchell, for instilling in me from very early a deep love for Jamaica, a deep respect for people, right, Roy? and a deep pride in our culture, particularly through faith, religion, community, and service. Much of what I understand today about identity, resilience, storytelling, and the spirit of Jamaican people began long before politics. It began in church. It began in my community. It began in school. It began in my yard. And permit me especially to acknowledge the people of South St. James who traveled all the way from country to town to sit in this chamber today to hear their MP deliver her maiden sectoral presentation. From Anchovy to Catadupa, from Maroon Town to Welcome Hall, from Springfield to Mount Carey, thank you for making the journey. Thank you for believing in me. The people of South St. James are not merely observers of Jamaican culture. We are carriers of it. We're protectors of it, builders of it. And I want them to know that every single day I walk in this house, I never forget what it means to represent you. I never forget where I come from. And I will fight every single day for the people of South St. James and for the dignity, the potential and future of rural Jamaica. I'm a country girl. Before I proceed into the substance of this presentation, permit me briefly to make an observation about the structure of our sectoral debates themselves. It would perhaps be far more useful to the country if the sequencing of these presentations allowed the Jamaicans first to hear from the sitting portfolio minister.
Did you know? Signing up as a DARIF affiliate is completely free. No fee.
The purpose of these debates should not merely be performance, political theater, or ritual. They should also function as developmental dialogue. And so in this instance, I speak before the country has yet heard from Minister Olivia Babsy-Grange herself. But permit me nonetheless to acknowledge her long-standing commitment to this ministry and the energy she has invested over many years in Jamaica's cultural and entertainment sectors. Big up yourself, Auntie Babsy. But in the absence of that sequencing,
Sorry, Oti. Thanks. People, you just witnessed an episode, if you will, in a masterclass of diplomacy and politics. You see what she did? She baited the speaker. Not debated, she baited the speaker. Speaker jumped down upon her. She pivoted and she jumped into the Queen's English and she big up Babsy-Grange. She big up Babsy-Grange. She thanked her for her service and her spirit and her commitment to the ministry. Masterful. Masterful. Let me take you back to what is not masterful. Let me show you.
Who will make her presentation?
oh, she not come. Okay, good. Okay.
You may begin.
Madam Speaker, Me get up this afternoon to make my first sectoral speech for my
Oh,
portfolio.
hold on. Standing orders. And I think you are fully aware. And if I have to stop you again during your presentation, you will not get any additional time. No, and she knows.
That wasn't masterful by the speaker. I present my case to you.
I wish to indicate, for the benefit of the ambassador and the people of Cuba, that Jamaica siga siendo un buen vecino y amigo a la gente y el gobierno cubano. Nuestra historia y amistad ha sido lleno del apoyo de Cuba en muchos aspectos, especialmente.
Hold on a moment, member from St. Catherine Southwest. You are, the standing orders were suspended in order to allow. No, not only, member. I'm not sure if you had stepped out of the chamber at the time, but leeway was granted by the speaker to allow specifically for him to speak in Spanish. To speak in a language, yes, member.
Look at the gentleman, Civ Wright, I think his name is. Look at him to the left of the screen. Look at him when MP Warmington starts to make his points.
Don't cut up my mic. Don't cut up, please.
Member, I did not turn your mic on at all. Could you start from the beginning?
I'm not aware of what he's saying. I don't speak Spanish. And the standing order that is written for this house, you must speak in English and English only. I have no idea what he's saying. And I'm entitled to understand what is being said in this house by any member. I don't speak Spanish. And this said, I must hear it in English. Okay? I use so much to learn Spanish and come back.
Thank you for your intervention, member. So, members, he is correct in respect of the language allowed by Standing Order 6. However, the member asked previously and member, so he would have to speak in both language, English, and the same would be said in Spanish. And member, the standing order said the proceedings and debates of the House shall be in English language. All right, every petition shall be in the English language. That is Standing Order 6. However, member, you may have stepped out of the House. Before the member started the debate, before he began reading the resolution, he asked previously, and it was put to the House to allow him to speak in another language, which was Spanish, in solidarity with our, yes, he did. And I did. And it was so moved, separate and apart from the suspension of the standing orders for the motion itself. So yes, member, it was done. Member, Minister Terrelong, please recommence. Please, for the benefit of the member, please, for the benefit of the member from St. Catherine Southwest, since I do not speak Spanish either, when you indicate your statement in Spanish for the benefit and solidarity of our sisters.
Melissa said, Mr. Rattigan, did you hear her say, member? Isn't that Patois? Yeah, you remember when? You remember that thing there? All right. Rule, people. Rule. Rule. See this? This is the standing orders. It says, the proceedings and debates of the House shall be in the English language. Every petition shall be in the English language. So anything you're going to write, anything you're going to speak, must be in the English language. So when she told MP Burchell, no patois, except for this little rule here. Hold on now. Okay. Let me do it over here. Something I mess up. This the rule here. Remember it, 6 and 86. Just like you remember 77A and 88. Any one or more of these standing orders may, after notice, or with the leave of the speaker, so there are two ways you can do it, be suspended on a motion made by a member at any sitting. See there? Remember, Rule 6 says no English. No other language except English. 86 says you can suspend any rule, including the requirement for English. So the question I have to ask is this. Why didn't the speaker, or why didn't somebody from the opposition side say, 86? I'm only asking. And that's a very good question. Why didn't somebody say, when MP Nikisha Burchell got up to represent her constituency and said, me just get up, and me get up this afternoon to come give me first sectorial speech. Why didn't somebody, and the speaker said, whoop, 6. Why didn't somebody say, Speaker, 86? Students, this is how they on the exam, you know. I'm not telling you that. This is how they on the exam. 6 and 86, they will be on the exam. Why didn't some, remember now, they did it with Minister Terry Long. They did it for him. Think about it. They did it for Minister Terry Long, who's speaking now to 2 people in the gallery. 2 people. 2 foreigners who are bilingual. They speak and understand English as well. 2 people in the gallery. Them changed the rules for 2 people to make some acknowledgement to Cuba. And now you have one of your own who get up, and the language where she is speaking, and notice I didn't say dialect, the language she's speaking in, every single Jamaican who born and raised a Jamaican, I said who born and raised because you have Jamaicans who them get it through parents and grandparents, you know, them born somewhere else. But every single Jamaican who born and raised in a Jamaica, everybody where she talked to, every single one of them understood when she said, Me get up this afternoon for go make my first sectorial speech. Every single one of them understood that. When this man get up and say, especialmente, no wonder people frustrated with this speaker. Yeah. Moreover, what is the speech about? The maiden speech, the first part of it, culture. Patois is a central part of our culture. It is a pillar, a main pillar of our culture. And you are going to shut her up and tell her, say, speak Queen's English. And what she do? She call you bluff. She spoke in Queen's English. Better than you. Better than you. People, that's why I'm telling you, it is so important to read and understand. Remember, they used to have a thing when I was in high school, called reading, the primary school too, reading comprehension. You read and you understand. Why is it that I just find that the opposition, they're talented, they're accomplished, they're intelligent people, but I just find that they're lackadaisical when it comes to challenging the speaker. Them just there's just a laissez-faire. It's just a little attitude, but make it go on. Why is it that they didn't challenge the speaker last 2 weeks ago when she kicked out MP Angela Brown-Burke? Why is it that they didn't point out to her that it is not 43-2, Speaker, and Mr. Floyd Green, it's not 43-4, it is 43-5. You can't kick her out unless you follow 43-5. Why they didn't raise that? They don't know this? Hold on there. Which part Joan, you remember where the training thing for parliamentarians, you remember where we put that? Hold on there. No, Melissa. What I'm trying to explain to you people is that I have the training that the parliamentarians go through, right? The young ones or the new ones. The old ones, I suspect that they went through the training as well because it's put on by Parliament. And it shows that they received this training. It shows that they received this training. Me no get no training. Me no get no training. And me no bright like none of them the people there. All me a function pan a experience. Me no have the natural ability like them a people there. Me no have it. But I employ a certain amount of dedication to understand what is going on. I don't have the natural ability like these people to depend on it. Where you can read something or you can just hear something and in your mind, you can formulate what it is about and in 2 seconds, you have it down pat. I'm not that person. I am the person that will stay up at 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock reading and comparing, and I work with my dictionary and my thesaurus to understand. I am that person. I'm not being paid to do this. They are being paid handsomely to show up in Parliament. So then the question is, why aren't they doing what I'm doing? Why aren't they reading, doing their homework? Why aren't they reading? Why aren't they reading? Speaking of reading, Hold on there. Speaking of reading, people, let me digress and show you something. I want you to listen to this. I want you to listen to this great man here. I want you to listen. Listen.
You must be first in studying. You must study. If you're a socialist, you must study. You must study. That's why we start all the great programs, literacy, so that we can bring knowledge. True knowledge is power. You must read. Them have a book called Manly and the New Jamaica. Uno should find a way to read it. Is you are write it for politics of change. Is you are write it for to give you wisdom and understanding. Read it. Make group bite and somebody read it and uno discuss it, because you must be first in study. Knowledge is power. Guys, our party must be first in study.
You hear that? And him talk part to him say, uno. To the best of my recollection, that's not an English word. But everybody understand him. Everybody understand him. Knowledge is power. Uno must read. How uno don't know this? How uno don't know this? How uno don't know, say, there is a counter to 6, and that counter is 86. How uno don't know that? How? How uno don't know this? How uno don't know that? How uno don't know this? That if an offense has been committed in a committee of the whole house, and when MP Angela Brown Burke was told to leave the house, what was taking place at the time? It was a committee of the entire house. It was not a regular sitting of parliament. The other rules, they go to the regular sitting of parliament. 5 goes to a committee of the whole house. And it says, what you must do, somebody commit an offense, what you must do, you must suspend parliament. Go in your office, call in the opposition leader, call in the opposition, the leader opposition business in the parliament. Call in even the person who's accused of the infraction and sit down with them and say, listen, you touch the mace, you know, and when you touch the mace, you actually touch the king, and you can't touch the king. So I have to do something. But I either have to suspend you or reprimand you. And then the 2 leaders, them, the opposition leader and the opposition business, them sit down and say, well, Speaker, it's kind of harsh because we are trying to get your attention and this and that and that and that. Talk to her. And then once she has made up her mind, then she comes to, then resume parliament, and then she says, House, now she speak to the whole house now. She said, listen, MP Angela Brown Burke, touch the king. She feel up the king, and we cannot have that in our parliament. And therefore, I must reprimand her publicly and let her know that what she did was wrong. She can't do that. And I'm going to send out a circular to the entire parliament, letting you know, you cannot touch a king. At least not them way there. Or, she said, I've decided to suspend her from the rest of the sitting. And if MP Angela Brown Burke says, I am not going anywhere, then you got to do. See it here. Then you got to do. Then, if she still no leave, then you got to 3, and then guess what? Then, when you go to 4, then you, the speaker, call upon a minister and say, minister, any minister. In this case, more than likely, it would be Minister Floyd Green. And say, Minister Floyd, see it right there, so the speaker then shall call upon a minister to move that, see it right there, so that the member for whatever Pienland constituency, that St. Andrew South or whatever it is, be suspended from the service of the House. And then once you make that motion, then the speaker will say, all those in favor, all those against. And then she said, you know what she'll say, the ayes have it. And then that's it. Then she have to leave. But people, rules are rules. And if you follow the rules, if you read that book, you going handcuff that speaker. She will not be able to move if you read the book and use it. Well, Manley say, read. Knowledge is power. See it right, so. She used 40, she meaning the speaker, used 43-2 to get rid of, and then she started, I name you, you don't name nobody. No, I don't say your name people. Quiet, I don't say your name people. That's not the procedure. She used 43-2, Minister Floyd used 43-4. And all of them forget about 43-5. And the opposition members just stood around MP Angela Brownberg. They just stood around and watched as the speaker humiliated this lovely, brilliant politician. Then just watch as it. I'm going to ask the question. If Michael Manley was leading that party, do you think that that speaker would have taken a chance like that? And if she took the chance, what do you think would have happened? Turn it round. If Edward Siaga was in the opposition and the speaker from the PNP did that to one of his members, what do you think would have happened? What do you think would have... No, Maureen Bailey, yes, you're right. The speaker humiliated herself. But she also humiliated the lady when she go say, out, like she a dog. You know, talk to people them way there. And the opposition members them who stand up there, why didn't the Mr. Philip Parlwell who's in charge of opposition business at the house, him just say to all of the members, this is what me would have done. Let's say to all of the members, sit. When she said, I name you, Marshall, get her out. We just say, everybody, calm down, just sit. And then what you do, you stand up. Ain't no move. You stand up and you say, point of order. Point of order. And you say, you have violated the rules, Madam Speaker. You cannot throw her out based on 43-2. And she'll go say, what do you mean? Why? And then you say, because there's 43-5. There's 43-5. You cannot throw her out on 43-2. You have to go to 43-5. People, watch them things and I tell you, I cringe. And to be honest, me I learn too, you know. I'm learning by watching them because you see, when me watch them, I'm learning what not to do. I may have my standing orders next to me when I watch Parliament. Me can point out all of the mistakes them what they make. All of the mistakes them what they make. And then a word to the opposition. You cannot make mistakes and then expect for hold the other side because of the mistakes. Because they're going to point to you. So what you have to do, you have to discipline yourself. You have to get familiar with the standing orders. And act in accordance with it. And then and only then they will respect you. The first thing is this. You don't speak from a sedentary position. You no speak, sit down on your posterior. You no speak, sit down on your body. You have to rise. You rise. And you tell all the members them, you must be on one accord. You rise. And he said, Speaker, point of order, I rise on rule 43.5. You turn that, you mash up our maids right there, so. You mash up our maids. She don't know 43.5. She go look, and then the people, I have to be respectful. The advisors who are tell her about 43.2, when them read 43.5, they must say, Ratted, Speaker, I'm right. I'm right. I'm right. These are the things that we must do, people. We must read. And if we don't understand, let's have a discussion. Because knowledge is power. And if you don't know, you don't know, you don't know. And people take step with you. Or just the people style you. Nah, so them can't style me here and them not style me, but the one thing, anybody, all of them who don't like me, the one thing them will tell you is that them respect me. Them not like me. And them not happy like me. But me demand my respect. And how me demand my respect? By my performance. When me come and me show them, say, see the rule I wanna use. Tell me now, say me wrong. Them have to sit down there and just say, well, I'm right. We don't like him, but him right. So you see, anytime me get up to talk, when me get up to talk, people know say no rubbish and no nonsense. Them know say when me talk, I stuff when me already do my research. Pan. So them have to sit down and them have to listen. And what them have to do, them have to sup it. They don't like it, but them have to sup it. It not go down well, but it go down. Because me ram it down them throat. And once you have a command of the rules of the game, you are well on your way to winning the match. Once you have a command of the rules of that game, you're well on your way to winning. If you don't know the rules, if you don't know the landscape, you are preparing to fail. You are prepared to fail. I was shocked when I saw the schedule for the training. I can't find it now. OT, on which part Kevin put it. I don't remember, you know. Yeah, the Patois come up. I don't remember. Member. Remember that song them. What name? Him did move to South Africa. People member, the cutting in Jamaica. I can't remember him name. John don't know him name. I look for the training when them receive. But they receive training. And that is the frightening part. That they receive the training and nobody not turn up. Nobody not turn up for MP Angela Brown-Burke. Nobody not turn up for Burchell. But yeah, it's that OT. You can't put it up for me? I'll wait there. Put it up for me, the OT. Let me show the people them. So I just want to show you this so that it's not like you got in. It's not like you win the election and then you come in a parliament and so now you have to kind of have access. Okay. Orientation session. Kevin, how him do with it? One other people. One there. Code of conduct. When I see it now, where would it be? Huh. Give me a second, people. I'll try to find this thing of Kevin put up today. If I can't find it, then that's how you go. No. All right, you know what? Let me read it to them. Jesse Gender, yes, Mega. Yeah. Do you remember me? I thought, Little Island, Jamaica. All right. Here now. You're going to show now. It says orientation sessions for senators. This was held on September 26th last year. And for the senators, they had an overview of the parliament and statutory declarations. Then they had orientation sessions for new MPs. Orientation session, for those of you who don't understand, is when somebody come in new and you expose them to the rules. Right? Like, you know, a man get a job and him come on the job the first day and then somebody take him on his wings and start show him how things work. That are the orientation session. And the orientation session for the new MPs was September 30th. And they gave them the training overview of the parliament. And then they have the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Never know them about association. Post-election seminar, which was from January 28 to January 30 of this year. And they talk about foundations of parliamentary life, financial scrutiny, and core functions of parliament, leadership, representation, and communication. Then they have an overseas program. And they had the 60th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Barbados, which was October 5 to 12 last year. And they have here that Miss Yvonne Shaw, MP, and Mr. Andrew Morris, MP, they went. And they had a meeting on technology facilitated gender-based violence, January 20th to January 23rd of this year in Port of Spain, Trinidad. And Senator Rosemary Bennett Cooper and Miss Denise Daly, MP, went. So, understand what I go on? Training I go on. Training I go on. Training I go on. And so there is enough, as we said, there is enough sin to go around. Because what the speaker did was deplorable, disgraceful, intolerable. Shouldn't have happened. But then the people on the other side, they didn't stand up with the rules. They didn't. We have to be honest, people. We have to be honest. And we can say to them, listen, you're opposition. Oppose. Oppose. Or if you don't want oppose, depose. Ask question. Don't be the subject of the deposition. Don't make people depose you. You depose them. So you oppose or you depose. Or you oppose and you depose. And we have to be honest. We need to see a more strident position. We need to see the speaker being handcuffed by the rules. But enough on that. Let me get back to this wonderful sectoral presentation here. Like this. Like this.
to my other portfolio assignment, information. Let me now turn briefly to talk to you about information itself as infrastructure. The architecture of public communication is changing rapidly across the world. Traditional media institutions are under severe economic pressure. Advertising revenues are shrinking. Digital disruption is accelerating. Audience habits are changing. Newsrooms are shrinking. Media houses are restructuring. And increasingly, government itself has become one of the largest advertising clients, sustaining portions of the traditional media ecosystem. Every other advertisement on radio and TV is sponsored by a government agency, ministry, department. And strangely, government itself now appears to be attracting many of the very workers traditionally media houses are struggling to retain. We're told that one is being moved to JIS shortly. So the media, the government is okay with the media shrinking because they don't need that third estate to hold them to account. At the same time, concerns continue to emerge surrounding media sustainability, concerns around government advertising concentration. Some stations get more than others of the government's advertising spend. Some stations get hefty tax write-offs and others are struggling. And this raises important questions about public communication governance and the independence of media that must make you feel uncomfortable. Because across government today, communication spending has become Madam Speaker, may I have some protection, please, from the leader of government business acting.
Let me just take a quick stop there and just say, Larkland said, I can't tell anyone what to talk about, but isn't the continuing lack of care for hurricane victims a bigger priority for us than parliamentary proceedings? Just asking. Good question. Good question if you're not watching the program. Larkland, I'm surprised you asked that question. Because things don't get done in Jamaica unless you go through Parliament. You know this. You think the ministry going to do it? It's Parliament have to call it out and educate the people. And when I say Parliament, we're talking about the opposition. So when you come with this question and say lack of care for victims playing a bigger part than parliamentary procedures, it tells me that you're not paying attention. You need to come to the front, Larkland. Because that's a very good question if you're not in the university. But you have been here. You know better than to ask that question. You know better than to ask that. The questions are now being asked about monies being spent as a result of the Auditor General's report reaching Parliament, and now you have now you're going to have the standing committees now looking into it, and you may have some of these law enforcement bodies getting involved as well. Larkin, I'm surprised. Somebody else should have asked that question, but not you. Not you. Because the hurricane victims, they're only going to be taken care of when the parliamentarians them start to apply, the opposition start to apply pressure. So talking about it in this sense is also encouraging and enlightening the parliamentarians that they can use the rules to get things done. Okay, all right. Independent Thomas and Naliki with the duster. All right. I'm going to take your advice.
Madam Speaker, my time.
Members,
I want
please
protection
allow
from
the
the
member
Deputy House Speaker
to have
Madam
her
Speaker.
presentation. What did she say?
You know, let me take this. Let me. Two things. One is this.
Oh my God. And they're stupid.
They are dunce,
Oh
they
my
are dark, and they are stupid.
We never want them to say that about us and our students and our supporters. We never want them to say that. We want them to, we would rather have them say, we don't like them, but we respect them. Because them know the rules, them know what them are do. We don't want them to do that. By the way, people, somebody just asked about this video.
Visual political branding messages. Visual political brand.
Wanna see what I go on? Wanna see what I go on? It's in the video that's playing right now, but somebody sent me the excerpt. It's a Rattigan that this I talk about. This I talk about. Let me show you something. Wanna see where I'm there? I'm there on him phone and my talk. No, you see if me in a parliament, I would have be a disciplined parliamentarian, you know. Me I gotta know them rules inside out. And I'll make sure say when me step inside that building there, I am so focused. I am so focused on the people's business and how we're going to get the people's business done that nothing else concerns me during that time. Take a look at this. See this? 85A. Use of technology during proceedings of the House or in committee. It says the use of laptop computers or other devices. A telephone is a device serving similar functions is permitted. Is permitted during proceedings of the House. And it's permitted for what purpose? Here it is. For the purpose of taking notes or consulting reference material, or as audiovisual aids to support parliamentary presentations. The use of devices referred to in paragraph 1 of this order is NOT, or Patois NAT, not permitted for external communication with other individuals during proceedings of the House or in committee. So what that means is that if I'm on the phone, him have to talk to somebody who in a parliament with him. External communication. External communication. How nobody no rise up on this? And no, here's what happened. Here's what happened. And I learned this in the FBI. Pay attention to the little things, you know. Pay attention to the small things. Because they are going to grow into big things. Pay attention to the small things. And you see, once you start paying, but again, remember what I said, you have to comply now. You have to discipline yourself. Look at that. You cannot use a phone or a laptop in Parliament unless you're doing it for research purposes or to take notes. You cannot communicate with somebody. And you know what? This thing is poorly written too. Because what it's saying is that it says it's not permitted for external communication. And external communication have a lot of meanings. There's a lot of meanings. But be that as it may, the point of this is that phone usage not allowed. Not allowed. This order upon the exam.
Are you standing?
Point of order.
Is there?
Madam Speaker.
It's standing order.
On a point of order. A very serious allegation was made by the Speaker. The Speaker said that a media house, the presenter said, a media house was the beneficiary of massive tax write-offs. She said a media house was the beneficiary of massive tax write-offs. Madam Speaker, I would like the Speaker to be clear, since she is presenter, to establish which media house has been the beneficiary of.
Let me stop it right there, so. Maureen Bailey, you get a medal. You get a medal, man. You pay attention. You pay attention. As a general rule, you don't interrupt a maiden speech. And listen to the foolishness we call out as a point of order. So that she said a media house. She didn't name a media house, you know. This is a deliberate attempt to slow down the role of the presenter. It's to disturb her. And what should this, you know what the Speaker should have said? Speaker should have said, that's not a point of order. You're out of order. MP Burchell, continue. That's it. That's it. But you see, MP Burchell upon a roll, you know, she agreed to them. She agreed to them. And them can't stomach it. So what them do, them try to derail the process. Now look what the Speaker will do now. She will take time off now, so she have to research this point of order, this foolish point of order. The Speaker is not, either she's not listening or she's complicit. Because clearly the MP Burchell did not name a media house. She did not.
Tax write-offs. Because, Madam Speaker, she has come to the house and cast a cloud over the entire media in Jamaica that they are benefiting from tax write-offs from the government. And there is no fact about it, and I needed to rule. I needed to rule. That's the point of order. He is disrupting the president. I see it that way. Continue, man. Parliamentary privilege.
I needed that sip of water. Thank you for the opportunity.
Member, I'm not running your time. Please hold.
Thank you.
No. You know where you have right there, sir? Where you have right there, sir, is a Speaker who has no idea what is going on. None. The general rule is that from maiden speech, no interruption. That's a general rule. However, there is, I think it's called a point of privilege, where if the Speaker starts straying into constitutional issues and some other issues, you can raise an issue there. But she didn't do that. And she didn't even call anybody's name. She never called them. You have all kinds of media houses in Jamaica. She never called no name. And the Speaker was paying attention. What she should have said is, she listened to what Minister Morgan said, and she said, Minister, that's not a valid point of order, and I rule you out of order. And that's it. And move on. But you take time to slow down, to disrupt. So it's, but I think we need to finish this speech. We don't have much time left, but I think we need.
Who are you talking about? Nation? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Who?
When I say she just a rock and Kimbo on them though.
Eh? You weren't listening up to now? Just like Paris, a country suit. This is not Paris, it's a country suit. So, are you ready? Hmm? Members, I'm allowing the member to go ahead. The question raised as a point of order in respect of an allegation made against a class of individuals or entity, which would be media houses. And in fact, if one is being claimed, no name was called, and therefore I'm ruling that the member continue, as the member would not have. Yes.
Hey, I tell you, Nikisha sweet, subtle. You know, see how she does I give them that like a Cheshire cat just because I show them her teeth and she does a rock back and forth and she does Kimbo. And like I say, oh no, go ahead. I'm not afraid of none of you. No can't tap me. Go on with your bad self, Nikisha.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking for protection under Standing Order 40. And I hope that the leader of...
All right. She asked for protection and standing order 40. That's correct. But if me, come here, a man ball out and tell her 40. But when should I tell her to? Is this? Same should I tell her, yeah? Him say 40. Right. All right, here we go. Twitter 40. Rules for members not speaking. A member present in the house during a debate. Okay. Because they might shout and carry on, right? She said, shall maintain silence while another member is speaking and shall not interrupt except in accordance with these standing orders. So they might talk about points of order, etc. And shall otherwise conduct himself in a fit and proper manner. That's 40. But they say, for me, would I just, if I'm your advisor, would I just say, here we go. Talk to her decent, man. Just say, Speaker, I'm asking for some protection under Rule 40 and Rule 41. See ya? The Speaker in the House shall be responsible for the observance of the rules, and their decision upon any point of order shall not be open to appeal, blah, 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 blah. So you tell them, say, listen, she in charge, she just don't make a ruling, you sit down and shut up. And you tell she said, look, you have to do it. You bound and compound have to do it. So it's not just Rule 40, it's Rule 40 and Rule 41. That all upon the exam, too.
Position, government business can observe that. All right, so while we protect some, the Jamaica's institutions of communication, such as JIS and the Public Broadcasting Corporation of Jamaica, whose very mandate is public communication, is being under-invested in. So Parliament and the public are entitled to ask, who has eyes on the total national communication spend across government? Every government, every agency, every department has a huge PR budget. And I raised that very question to the Information Minister during the Standing Finance Committee here, and she said she don't know how much money is being spent on information collectively across the government service. So where does duplication exist? What value for money oversight exists? And are taxpayers receiving maximum public benefit from these expenditures? Because if JIS and PBCJ exist, then we must honestly ask whether Jamaica is operating a coherent national communication framework or an increasingly fragmented political parallel communications architecture. And this matters because communication spending is not insignificant in a government heavily focused on PR. We see it even here in Parliament. Our ministers, prime ministers increasingly utilize external production agencies and firms and communication teams surrounding sectoral presentations and major announcements and giving nice, pretty bags. And then building and instead of building and strengthening the institutional capacity of PBCJ itself. So the issue is not whether government should communicate. Of course, government must communicate. The issue is whether state communication is being strategically coordinated, transparently managed, and institutionally grounded. Because government communication must outlive governments. Public information belongs to the people, not to personal algorithms or individual political branding messages around ministers themselves. And that is why Jamaica urgently needs a modern digital communication policy, a social media governance framework, an artificial intelligence policy, and stronger information management systems across government. Because, and I'll say it again for effect, because ministers and deputy speakers change, governments change, but public institutions remain. And transparency delayed too often becomes transparency denied. And ordinary Jamaicans continue to experience communication breakdowns in real life through poorly coordinated government systems. No NARA can solve poor governance. We saw this recently in programs such as Roofs, where many citizens struggle to even access clear information, proper updates, functioning help desks, and coherent communication pathways. That's why money still left unspent from burial and catch up Melissa money. That is not merely a public relations issue. That is governance infrastructure. Ultimately, this entire presentation, Madam Speaker, comes down to one central idea. Jamaica possesses extraordinary cultural power. But power without structure becomes leakage. Influence without ownership becomes exploitation. Talent without policy becomes vulnerability. And if Jamaica is serious about the future, then culture, creativity, entertainment, and information can no longer remain side conversations in national development. They must become central pillars of economic modernization itself, because culture is not decoration. Culture is infrastructure. And if we build it seriously, intentionally, and inclusively, then perhaps Jamaica will finally begin capturing the full value of the genius its people have always possessed. I thank you.
People, you just witnessed an unforgettable event. You just witnessed the maiden speech of MP Nikisha Burchell. And what a speech it was, or what a contribution it was. She beat them street and lane. Street and lane. We're trying to get her on the program. She was supposed to come a little thing. She was supposed to come a few weeks ago, but something happened and she didn't make it. So we're still trying to get her to come on the program. She's extremely busy, don't know if she'll be able to, but we admire her. We'd love to have her on the program, but we don't need to have her on the program to admire her and respect her and love her. Because, you know, your granny used to tell you this, and maybe your mother used to tell you this, to say, you know, spirit take. Spirit take. Some people, you don't know them a long, long time, but the spirit just take them. You just find to the person in your gut and in your soul and in your mind. Something said, this person, yeah, is genuine. She no look like no thief to me. She no look like she want thief either. We have to acknowledge and respect genius and brilliance when we see it. We just see it. We just see it. Let me go to, we get so involved in the program today that things are all over the place right now. Kevin and June and OT, them set up everything for me, but you know me, Stereo, I'm a busybody. And my mind, I work like this, you know. So, things are out of the place. But I don't want to show no. That was an example of what you should be as a politician. I want to show no, an example of what you shouldn't do to be a politician. Or a politician you shouldn't aspire to become. Let me see if I can find it.
Members, before we proceed with the business of the House, I wish to address the events which occurred during last Tuesday's sitting.
Okay.
I do so not to prolong controversy.
Okay, hold on. Okay, this was the last.
This Honorable House now resumes its sitting.
Stay with me, people. Hold on. Let me just move a couple things and get to some things here. Oh, hold on. Bear with me. I want to know the song that No Man is an Island. All right. I'm an example of that. A team we work with. All right. Let me see, Jano. Let me see, Jano. Oh, Bromberg, that's thrown out. Minister of Arts, 24. Number 5, 1912. Hold on. Number 5, 1912. All right. Let me see what I go on right so.
The only amendment that we're putting is in the marginal note to the clause, delete the word "the."
Oh.
Sorry, but my question...
It is very...
The House.
Okay, all right.
Must...
Mr. One. This is after MP Angela Brownberg, who said that she had to leave.
Members.
Madam.
Marshall, could you please remove
Madam
the member
Chairman.
immediately? Immediately remove the member. You are instructed to please immediately remove the member from the House.
Madam Chairman, we were proceeding quite effectively in going through the clauses of the bill.
First thing is this. Him no recognize and him just get up and start talk. Him no recognize, she no recognize him. She was telling the marshal to remove the member and him get up and start talk. And nobody no object.
I think what we are witnessing now is a display which, when we reflect on this in years to come, it will not be amongst our best. And I think the order of the House and dignity of the House must be preserved. And I would invite all members to join in preserving.
All right. That I him this up. I could get to where how am there? Oh my God, too far. Hold on. There's a section here I want to show you where I think I this.
And they ought to be made public.
Okay. Hold on. There's a section where
With a mandate to ensure effective and accountable oversight of the operations of the...
upset right there, so you can see it in them face. Because them understand that with them people are doing it right with Nara. It's not right. There's a section here where the Prime Minister make a motion, and the one where my wife, she was so confused that she agreed. I'm going to make sure that there. Hold on, you know what? I was 8 o'clock now. Whoa. Let me move this. Let me go to that one here and see where we are about by us.
Madam Speaker, the true measure of leadership is not how we govern in moments of calm, but how we act amid uncertainty and competing demands of crisis. As Minister of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, I remain committed to a model of leadership that requires careful balance between the welfare of our people, the rigors of good governance, and the realities of political stability in making decisive actions, even in the face of criticism. Extreme times require extreme actions and responses. Throughout the...
All right.
On restoration,
All
The
right.
response to Hurricane Melissa stands as a strong example of national resilience. With the support of 18 Carolec partners, Jamaica restored electricity to 98% of its customers within 3.5 months, improving to 99.6 as of April 20th, 2026.
People, what you're listening to is what we call lies, damn lies, and statistics. That we should also add manipulation. We should also add that, and I'll tell you why. Let me play a little bit more, and then I'll tell you why.
Full restoration is on track for April, except in cases where customers cannot yet safely receive power. Madam Speaker, this program did not happen by...
Look at that. April. Oh, you remember the promise he make? You remember the promise he make? At the post-cabinet briefing, what did he say? He said that them give 150 million to JPS. Why? Because it will allow them to hire more workers so that electricity could be restored by the latest end of January, early February. Now remember that. And here it is, he's talking about April. And in fact, I think he made this speech in this month, in May. And don't make him fool on the people. When them say when them talk about restored, we are running out of time because 8 o'clock we only have an hour. But here when I talk about restore. Keep this in mind. In anticipation of Hurricane Melissa making landfall in Jamaica, JPS disabled the grid. JPS disabled the grid. What do I mean by that? Meaning them turn off a light. Because they cannot have with the sheer size and force and the velocity of this hurricane, they couldn't have the grid up. They couldn't have it up. Because if it was up and Melissa hit certain parts of the country, then you'd have live wire all over the place. So what they do is, and this is a precautionary measure, they turn off the grid. Because the hurricane is going to last what? A day, 2 days? Not even 2 days. Right? And then, once the hurricane has passed, the assessment team goes out to assess the damage. And if they determine that no damage was done, everything is fine, they hit the button press the button from off to on. Voila! Electricity is restored. Magic. And they count that as restoration. They said, we have restored electricity. When you hear the word restored, people, I know you're not thinking about that kind of restoration. You're thinking about a restoration where poles are down, you know, lines and poles are down, you know, problems. And so now you have to put those things back in order. You have to get them up and running and working. You have to turn off the grid. The grid can't work there because you have live wire. So you have to fix the wire. You have to put up the poles and all of that. When they say restoration, that's what you're thinking about. And that now they can start providing electricity to people. You're not thinking about something where they wait a day or two and they say, oh, no damage. And they click the button and they said, yes, power back. They counted that as restoration because guess what? They counted it. They said that they're counting restoration to all of JPS's customers. Where are the customers for JPS? Across the island. They're not just in St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, Trelawney. No. They're in Portland, St. Mary, St. Thomas, Clarendon, Kingston and St. Andrew. They're all over. So you must ask yourself the question, well, when they said the restore, were the electricity infrastructure damaged in Kingston? And the answer is going to be no. So when they tell you this and they tell you, you hear them talk about, oh, we're bigger, we're doing better than first world countries. What they're not telling you is that with first world countries, when first world countries are talking about restoration, it's not a matter of just flipping the switch. It's a matter of going out there and actually putting the system back in order. They don't tell you that. Don't be misled, my people.
The 150 million US dollar loan approved in December was critical in accelerating recovery and avoiding a scenario where restoration could have stretched into late 2026 or even early 2027. Madam Speaker, there has been a lot of flip-flops surrounding the speed and accountability. I went back to the Hansard to remind this honorable House of what the leader of the opposition said in November 2025 in regards to the JPS loan. Here is what he said from Hansard. I would like your assurance, Minister, that the 200 million will be coughed up by JPS, perhaps by its two large overseas shareholders, Maribyrnong and East West Power, Korean government, South Korean government, own large utility, or JPS is going to draw down on whatever funding it can raise from its creditors. I don't know how they plan to fund it, but we need to know it's funded before we put in our $150 million in. Madam Speaker, he went on to state that it's a risk we are not prepared to take as a country. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, the results of September 3rd installed a government that knows how to dance in the rain. A government capable of assessing risk and responsibility. Those are his words, Madam Speaker. The other member of the opposition, including the member from St. Catharines Southeastern, in a statement filled with more flaws than ours, said we should measure opportunity cost of fast-tracking the restoration by providing a loan to the...
Just a quick glance at him give. Him say when opposition leader Mark Golden start get up. Look, let me go back and show you the quick glance. Look on the quick glance him give over there. And then also you say the minister, the junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Mr. Terry Long, MP Terry Long. Look when him look across the aisle.
Said we should measure opportunity cost of fast-tracking the restoration by providing a loan to the JPS.
Minister, hold a moment, please. Leader of the opposition, quick question. Are you standing on a point of order? All right. Opposition leader, you know our practice in respect.
This is a joke, people. This is a joke. She will lecture the man, but are you standing? No.
Point of order. I am going to allow you to go ahead. I'm going to recirculate what really is a point of order.
Listen to the insult. Listen to the insult. The man gets up. He hasn't said a word. And you start lecturing him about about a point of order. The man hasn't said a word. He just stood. And she's saying, what are you standing on? And then she start querying him. She start asking questions. Oh, the only thing she had to ask him was, the opposition leader, on what grounds do you stand? That's it. I make him do the talking. But she will explain to him now as if him don't know what a point of order is. So she have tell him now that I am going to explain to make everybody understand what a point of order is. And she herself never know it.
Order. Opposition leader, I am sure you appreciate with the discipline that we would like to instill going forward from both sides of the house. That
So here she just don't tell you that there was no discipline. She said, well, we want to talk to you about discipline going forward. No discipline about that. None still not there.
between points of order and what we normally treat as a point, I can actually have this discussion when somebody on the government side rise to their feet. You know, it really doesn't matter who is on their feet. So it has nothing to do with the opposition leader. All right, it is a general statement for us in the parliament. So a lot of what we call point of orders are actually interruptions because of other reasons, clarification.
Then if you determine then that's the case, as the speaker, you're obliged to call it out. Whenever somebody stands up and they say point of order, you say, go ahead, let me hear your point of order. And then they make the point of order, and then your job is to make a ruling on the point of order. So you can say, yeah, that's a good point of order, and you let the conversation flow. Or you can stop and person and say, no, that's not a point of order. And therefore, I'm not going to allow you to continue. I'm not going to allow the person to whom it's addressed to speak. Of course, they go through the chair.
Disagreement. Points of orders are not to be used in that way. And therefore, when you stand on the basis that we usually use, it is only if the member chooses to sit and allow you to continue that you continue. It is not the speaker, opposition leader. It is not.
That's a separate point. That's a completely separate point. She's confused.
The speaker who gives you the authority to do so. Only on genuine points of order does the speaker or the chair gives authority. And for those who are grumbling in the house.
Stop her there. Somebody in the Lime say, oh, you know what I'm going to say. Rude and out of order. Lime, you're absolutely correct. You can't anticipate what somebody is going to say. So that's why you have to listen. And then once they listen, because remember, you know, they're going to make a point of order about something that somebody said or something you said. If it's something that somebody said, they have to go through you. Them can't talk to the person directly. And so if it's something that somebody said and they say, and they're objecting, so they get up and it's a point of order, you listen. And if it's not a point of order, you don't let this person speak. You don't let the person respond. You just deal with them and say, look, that's not a point of order. Member, please sit down. And that's it.
Who refuse to learn. For those grumbling in the house who refuse to learn, I have no challenge because I will continue to apply the rule.
Well, that's a very striking pose. That's a striking in the sense that she's to his right and he's looking straight head up in the ceiling, like straight across the room. Like him saying, just allow wait till she done for me make my point, because this lady and I have no clue what's going on. So me even not go bother say a word. We just make sure just talk out our nonsense.
And the standing orders. So, thanks for your patience, opposition leader. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of order. The minister has selectively quoted an excerpt from Hansard, which to make a point, which is misleading the House. Those comments that I made were in the context of his own representation to the House, that the necessary financing to fix the problems that the hurricane had caused on the grid was $350 million US. And my point simply was, if it's $350 million US, how are you going to finance that? To draw down on a portion of it, which was inadequate to do the job, was imprudent. That's the point I made. And to put it in any other way is misleading the House.
He's right.
The clock.
Your mic was not on, Minister. Hold on a moment, Minister.
This is a point of order on which I rise. If the member will yield. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition rose on a point of order. What is your ruling, Madam Speaker?
Well, you know already, Prime Minister, this is not a point of order.
What order of the House of Debate was breached?
No.
If the Leader of the Opposition continues
the House is not a point of order.
The point of order to disrupt debates, Madam Speaker, that is an abuse of the rules of the House. So, Madam Speaker, I ask you to rule on whether or not the point raised by the Leader of the Opposition breached any rules of debate in the House.
No, it does not, Prime Minister. So members who are grumbling prior, the reason I made sure to state this is exactly that. Please read Standing Order 34. Minister, I apologize for breaking your stride in your presentation. Minister, I'm asking you to sit because Minister, I'm asking you to sit. You will get your time. We'll go into that next, Member Campbell, so we can go down that road after. So, Standing Orders 34 speak to interruptions. Interruptions subject to the provision of Standing Orders 26, 38, and 39, which speaks to privilege motion, closure of debate, and previous questions. A member shall not interrupt another member, except, and this is the challenge that we have been having, persons believe that you can interrupt, that you can shout, chair, 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 and you must be heard. Persons believe that you can speak without your mic being turned off. You are not based on the standing orders, not based on what accords across the Commonwealth. Some members, it says except by raising a point of order, which is what we use. Whereupon the member speaking, for those who choose not to listen, respectfully, I am asking you to at least allow those who would like to hear to do so. Subject to the provision, a member shall not interrupt another member except by rising to a point of order, whereupon the member speaking shall resume his seat, and the member interrupting shall simply direct attention to the point of order which he desires to bring to notice. No, what we do, we actually make a statement that the person mislead, and then we go and have a debate about what they have misrepresented. That has been our practice. So it's not what was done by our opposition leader. Members, could I finish? To the point which he desires to bring to notice and submit it to the Speaker or Chair for a decision or breach of rules. Now, another interruption can be done. It is not a point of order. This interruption is to elucidate some matter raised by the member in the course of a speech. Elucidate, which is, if you're asking, could you explain because I'm not understanding? But only if the member, for those on the opposition benches who refuse to listen, I hope it is appreciated when the standing orders are followed, that it is the standing orders that rule the House. So if you do not understand the rules, I will not continue to argue. Members, to elucidate some matter raised by that member in the course of his speech, but only if the member speaking is willing to yield. So our practice of just point of order, And then we use it as a mechanism to break the stride of someone speaking, to have them divert from their presentation to give a long soliloquy teaching. It is not supposed to be done by any side. No problem. So until we learn what is a point of order, and you think it is actually very sweet to continue what you are doing, you will know it was not a point of order, and we will get there. Minister, I'm gonna give the extra time, Minister, and we continue. No. That was the statement made before. Turn your mic on, please, Minister.
Madam Speaker.
Go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to know that I'll get back the time. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I invite every member here to look at Hansard in relation to that particular day and that particular speech. And what you will get from it is the fact that the $150 million that this government dispersed to JPS through a loan would never have been done if that side was where we are today in government. Absolutely not. And without fear of contradiction. And to add to that what I just said a while ago is that what would have really happened is that you would not get restoration until the end of this year into 2027. And it's not me say so, it's JPS who has said so. So again, Madam Speaker, I say that good decision was made by the cabinet.
JPS says so. All right. I'm going to quote JPS. Hold on a second. You might quote JPS and I talk about oh JPS are going to do this and they will put back that. And he might big up JPS. JPS told him all of these things and he believed JPS. He believed JPS. He believed JPS. Listen to this.
Based on their current cash flow. Let me indicate again that the loan was a decision recommended.
I'll get to it, hold on.
That very clearly. The original estimate was $480 to $600 million. And in them was not picked out of a hat. They told us they needed $75 million a month for 2 months to bring us full restoration. So yesterday in Parliament again.
2 months. 2 months to get to full restoration. JPS.
The noise and the mischief about the fact that the $150 million is not enough. And where is the other 200 or 250 million coming from? That's not a discussion that we have had with the JPS. We have had a discussion about $150 million. The JPS is owned majority privately, so the government has no obligation to fund a private entity. We did so in this.
Let me go back. I think I'm
to fast track restoration, moving us from loan was a decision recommended and supported by the Ministry of Finance and approved by Cabinet to lend the JPS. to 90% by Christmas, New Year, and 100% by end of January. That would mean taking on 300 additional linesmen on top of the 170 that are here now. Without that money, the 170 linesmen would have been decommissioned this week, meaning that they would be decommissioned and have to leave because there would be no funding.
Give me a second.
Very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
3, 4, 5. We have so many
dollars. So, extension in order to protect their lands, in order to be able to raise capital. They met with the multilaterals, who were very, very anxious to help on an emergency basis, but they too said that they needed between 8 and 10 years extension in order to protect their loan. So the minister here and the government and the cabinet were in a pickle for 2 reasons. One, an extension on the existing license, despite the fact that we had Melissa, would be a breach of faith.
Bear with me.
Good morning to everybody. Excuse my voice, but I'm a little bit under the weather.
I think this might be it. Let's see. Nope. Okay, that's the restoration plan. 542.
In traffic, which is excellent. Temporary mobile units have been deployed in heavily impacted communities in Westmoreland and St. James, while the technical teams continue to strengthen the inter-site communication. One last thing before I move on to the big topic, which is the restoration, and that is projects and additional support through the National Energy Poverty Reduction. November 2025 and March 31st, 2026 focuses on restoring safe electrical access, repair billion, leaving a funding gap of 479 million. Face significant work. Our teams remain fully engaged. And I want to thank again Jamaicans.
Hold on.
$50 million is $650 million. Therefore, if necessary, we will be prepared to acquire the assets of the JPS.
All right. I can't find it, but there is a at the post-cap briefing, he said that JPS gave him bad information. They lied to him. Well, they didn't say lied, but they told him he came and he reported to Parliament that I think 1,000 light posts went up, and I think it was only 100. JPS light to bars. 540. It's 542. In one of these. Hold on 1 second. Well, wind down now, people. Let me see. Buzz. December 10. Let me see if it's. I have to go find this because.
Our $150 million is secured either way. I just don't get what all of this noise and confusion is about.
Okay, you don't.
Jamaica, the simple thing would be a decision that would be taken on your behalf. Grant a 15-year extension and continue to suffer under the current.
Let me see if it's this.
Based on their current cash flow. let me indicate again that the loan was a decision.
Let me see something. Okay.
So yesterday in Parliament again, the noise and the mischief about the fact that the $150 million is not enough, and where is the other 200 or 250 million coming from? That's not a discussion that we have had with the JPS. We have had a discussion about $150 million. The JPS is owned majority privately, so the government
can't find it, people, but there is Cuba just okay, but there is one. I'll play it maybe Wednesday. There's one where last week, this week, he's bragging about JPS, and prior to that, he was complaining that JPS gave him bad information. So the question is, if they gave you bad information, then how do you know that they're not giving you bad information? No. And then the money that he said that the $150 million that he gave them, he loaned them, Jamaica government loaned them. I mean, what Mark Golden did was, the questions he asked were very pertinent, and what Minister Vaz did was disingenuous. He didn't go back and pull Hansard from to provide the entire conversation. He didn't do that. Because if you think about it, if you're going to loan somebody some money, you would like to know, and they're going to invest it in a project, you'd like to know, okay, so this project costs $10. You want me to give you $5. Where are you getting the other $5 from? Because I have to protect my interest, because we were talking about asset from JPS. The Jamaican government doesn't want to go back into the business of owning JPS. And $150 million is not going to give you ownership of JPS. JPS, I think, is worth, I don't know, close to $1 billion US. So 150, and the Jamaican government has a very small percentage in there. $150 million will not give you full ownership. And you don't even want to you don't even want to take possession of the assets that they have to go in and say, okay, we own this. And in fact, if I were JPS, I'd say, yeah, we'll take the money, we'll spend the money, do whatever we want to do, and then make you come in and say, okay, you'll take it over. Because remember now, they're trying to sell JPS. I think it's the Koreans who want to sell their interest. So I'd take some of that money and say, all right, fine, if you want, one of them plants right here and this one over here, the sub plant and this, and then fine, take that. Because I have 150 that I'm going to run with. People, don't make them fool enough. Do not make them fool enough. And you know why? Because we're not dumb, dark, and stupid. So we cannot afford for that to happen. Let me see what else we have. Somebody calling. Look quickly. Oh, half hour. All right. We'll quickly go to this.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Benjamin. Mr. Chai Chow, I'm just going to ask you, again, you have introduced yourself, but just to indicate how long you served.
Let me get to the point where
took initially
disrupted.
There were committee. What were the major audit issues that were brought to the attention of the board, and how did the board treat with those issues?
All right.
Additional found.
But more so, what's necessary?
Board under your chairmanship was
to bring someone else. I would also indicate persons who apply that situation. She would
to ask his questions. Two more. And you will get your opportunity to ask.
So, Mr. Chai Chow.
That to be factual. I couldn't answer because I did not know for.
All right. Now, folks, I'll get to the government badness. another episode of it. This is MP Xavier Main and MP Heroy Clark. And they're at the PAC meeting. And you could tell that their entire purpose there was just to disrupt. Mr. Chairman Julian Robinson indicated to them that he's made of sterner stuff and that they couldn't just walk over him. Now, we saw where they walked over him before, where MP Juliet Cuthbert Flynn and MP Heroy Clark walked over him on the issue of whether or not he had the power to invite someone to the PAC meeting and have them speak. And we now know that he does have that power, but they yelled, screamed, shut him down, and then he didn't exercise the power. Government badness.
The fact that the minister appointed the CEO. So I could not answer that question.
Yes. Okay. No, I'm not talking about hearsay. This is a submission that was written.
There's a submission.
It is page 3. You can read it, member. Mr.
You have a point
Chai
of order?
On a point of principle.
What's the point of principle?
That you have allowed a member to be asking 15 questions on a trot, and I've had my mic on, and you did not acknowledge me or anybody else.
I know. When he's finished, you get an upper. But he's member Clark.
Yes.
You always get an opportunity to ask your questions.
Don't worry about me getting an opportunity.
And every member here does. But he's asking questions.
You hear him face the talk there? Don't worry about me.
Based on the submission. But he's not the only person. You will get an opportunity. He hasn't asked 15 yet.
You're not even going to keep count 15 questions.
He hasn't asked 15. I will allow him to ask his questions.
2 more.
And then you will get your opportunity to ask.
So
you disrespect the chair, Mr. Chairman, you're unfair, sir.
Mr. Chai Chong.
Let me just say, the order I have after Member Brown, Member Clark, Member Main, and Member...
Let me just finish.
He hasn't asked 15 questions. He hasn't asked 15.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
At the committee level, we have a convention that we would allow one member to do maybe 3 to 5 questions, and then we allow other members, and then if it is necessary, then that member can go back and answer the question. It's really a convention that we established.
Member Witter, and Member Clark. Every member in this committee has gotten their opportunity to ask questions. I have never stopped a member from asking questions. I've never, right? You have got many opportunities to ask questions. You got it the last time, you got it the time before. You're not, let me just be clear, you're not going to bully me in terms of how I manage the meeting.
That's
right. No, but don't.
Yes, Julian. That's what Julian wants to say. Julian is a very level-headed soul. He's a genteel spirit. He's a gentleman. He's even keeled. He doesn't raise his voice. Actually, he speaks in a monotone. But there's a lovely cadence to his voice. He commands your attention when he speaks. But because it's a soft tone and he doesn't raise his voice, people tend to want to take, at least in this committee, they take advantage of it. And they want to just railroad him and they just want to just bully him and all of that. But now I see where he's saying to the same person who bullied him the last meeting, he's saying, no, you're not going to come and bully me this time. Big up yourself, Chairman Robinson.
Go down this road. Do not go down this road because you get yeah, but you are shouting and it's not necessary because you get an opportunity to ask questions.
Mr. Chair,
every member of the committee gets an opportunity. So don't go down this road.
I'm just reminding you of the convention that we have established.
I understand.
Yes.
Once he's finished, you can get your questions asked. Go ahead, Member Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. So, Mr. Chai Chong, on page 3 of your submission, paragraph 3. You indicate
when they're asking the man the question. All right, listen to this.
At what point?
All right.
He
Folks, pay close attention. This is what not to do. Don't ask questions the way that MP Xavier Main and MP Heroy Clark ask questions. Do not ask these questions. Do not. Well, at least I don't have to remind them. I know no can do better than this. The questions that they asked were just silly questions, nonsensical questions. And they were, in law, you'd say ask and answer. Or you're saying they're badgering the witness. Because they ask the question, they ask the same question over and over and they get the same answer. Did you authorize the payment of someone's airline ticket, blah, 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 blah. And person said, Mr. Chai Chung said, no, it's the board. And they kept asking. Don't do this. Don't do this. It shows a lack of preparation. It shows you're ignorant.
My colleague has left off. This meeting that you said was called by the minister. Were you present?
No, I was not present.
Okay. And notwithstanding your absence, you resigned based on a decision, according to you, that the minister took that was never communicated to you.
Why do you say it was not communicated to
Because
me?
you said you were not at the meeting. Was it ever said to you by the minister that he intends to have the previously acting CEO reappointed?
Yes, he did.
And when did he say that?
No, ask them question and let you know the answer. He's stuck now with the answer. He asked it thinking that he was gonna jam this gentleman here. I'm going to jam him up. And he asked it with such confidence, and the man said, no. I know about it. Listen to this.
Was it ever said to you by the minister that he intends to have the previously...
Reason why he's asking is because he asked him, was he at the meeting when the minister made the decision? So the guy said no. So now he's asking him, he's delving now into deep waters with him now. But him can't swim himself. Him can't swim. Listen to look on him face when the man answer the question.
Acting CEO reappointed.
Yes, he did.
And when did he say that to you?
Prior to his visiting the hospital, I was called into a meeting at the minister's office where he indicated that this was the action that he was about to take.
Okay. And you resigned at what point?
After I was informed that the action had been taken by the minister at the hospital in a meeting at the hospital.
But Mr. Chung, would you agree that the administration of the hospital falls squarely or is led by the board of which you were the chair?
Yes?
Yes. And it is very unusual
Member Main, go ahead.
Yes. I want to put it to you, Mr. Chung, that the minister did no such thing. And that you are upset because the minister described you as being dysfunctional.
See now him start make it personal. Him asked the question hoping to get the answer that he wanted. Didn't get it, and so now it's, you see how the pivot. Now it's, first it was facts, but now it gets personal. I want to put it to you that the minister never said that to you. So in essence, he's saying you're lying. That's what he's saying to him.
What do you have to say about that?
Well, I believe the description of dysfunction took place long after I resigned. So in that situation, your assertion that I did so because I was being, or my board was being...
People on the swag on, yeah. The man run up in a concrete wall. person might try to say, okay, you didn't know that the minister made that decision. The man said, yes, I know because he told me himself. Then the man asked him, I said, oh, the man said the board was dysfunctional. You were the man said, no, it's long after I left them said that the board is dysfunctional. You see, yeah. Well, my mother.
Yes? Yes. And it is very unusual.
In crossing 10, the man.
Member man, go ahead.
I want to put it to you, Mr. Chong, that the minister did no such thing. And that you are upset because the minister described you as being dysfunctional. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I believe the description of dysfunction took place long after I resigned. So in that situation, your assertion that I did so because I was or my board was being described as dysfunctional would not be correct.
Did you part ways as head of UHWI and your appointment by the minister? You said you resigned. According to you, oh, so will you agree with me that the minister fired the board of which you were the chair at the UHWI?
Well, I was not at that board meeting.
You were fired. The board was fired by the minister.
The board was dissolved, whether you consider
by
that
the
firing
minister.
Or not. Yes, it was
Yes.
dissolved by the minister, whether it's considered a firing or not. That's
Yes. All right.
That's up to public interpretation.
Good.
Member Clark, you want to ask your 15 questions now?
Well, stop me.
No, I won't stop you. You have all the time to ask any question you want.
Mr. Wayne Chai Chong, I'm going to read from a document that was submitted on November 23rd, 2023. At the time, it is written to Mr. Dunstan Bryan, who was Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health and
Yvonne Green, you're absolutely correct. He never know the question.
Wellness. And the paragraph that I'm going to read.
Can you just state what that document is? The last time somebody did that, you were very clear that documents not tabled, we must know what is being read from.
Taylor Hall, University of the West Indies, Mona campus. It is a... Right? So I'm good.
I don't like to disrespect. I don't like to disrespect people, but this was just, it was laughable. At the same time, it was painful. And something came to mind, Dumb and Dumber.
Going to say
no, tell us the document that is you're reading from. Since this is not before us. You remember how you behaved the last time a member reference the document. Can you indicate which document you're reading from? Can you indicate which document you're reading from?
I am going to ask a question, sir. The person that was chosen by you, the same she, how old was that person? Not by the process, by Mr. Chai. Because Mr. Chai is the one that made mention. It is a she.
No, sorry, sir. I do not take decisions. The board takes decisions.
The board?
The board takes decisions.
Did you authorize at any time payment for that person traveling?
Yes, the board.
Why? On what grounds?
The board authorized payment for her travel.
No, not the board. You, Mr. Chairman.
No, sir. The board authorized.
The board did not settle off on it. And you, Mr. Chairman, instruct the board to pay for traveling not only for the person, but also for the person's spouse. Are you aware of that? True or false?
Not aware of the spouse.
You're not aware?
Listen to that. idiotic way of asking the question. Him say, you do it. Him say, no, Mr. Chairman, you approve it. And then him go on and say, can you tell me if it's true?
Our expense, not aware of expenses for this house being paid.
Why is it?
Member, can you reference what you're speaking from?
To get in my 15 questions.
You have some knowledge of it is answered. You work large. You work large. Allow to ask this question.
So why you so concerned? So allow him to respond. Back to you, sir.
Right. Not aware of the board authorizing payment for the spouse's travel.
Did
but
you instruct the board to do so?
Authorizing payment?
Yes or no? The payment?
The board authorized the
no,
travel.
not the board. The board was already not settled on the idea of employ the person. I am asking the gentleman, is it true or false? Am I telling a lie?
The board indicated that it wanted to see the individual and complete final due diligence with that individual. And that individual lives overseas. That final due diligence is necessary to be conducted on here in Jamaica.
You're not answering the question, sir.
Go again.
Did you authorize, did you instruct, did you ask, did you recommend any one of them, the board to pay the traveling amount to the person that came from wherever you say she came from?
Again,
now,
sir.
obviously, you know that it is a she.
Right. Again, sir. The board took the decision.
No, it's not the board, Mr. Wayne.
But he has answered, you know. Him said the board.
It's not the board. Let me ask you the question. You say the board, you didn't have a taxi board. But how is it that the committee, is there a committee that dealt with the interview of that person?
Yes.
And what was the recommendation?
Of the committee?
That same board, that same committee, sorry.
The recommendation was to hire.
And why did the board refuse? Explain, carry us through. What happened?
Refuse what?
Yeah, with refuse, sorry.
Refuse what?
Yeah, that was, I was
Mr. Chairman, allow the gentleman to
no,
answer
but
the
you have
question.
asked refuse what though?
No, but you don't know, Mr. Chairman, I'm talking to Mr.
But he
Wayne,
doesn't know
unless
either.
you are now the
I'm
former
asking
chairman.
refuse what? Refuse what?
Right, that I would seek that clarification as a member.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman is sitting across from us. Please do not give the gentleman questions.
Refuse what?
You're answering me through the chair. Stop me when you think that you should.
Government badness.
Sorry, member. I'm seeking clarification from you when you indicate you asked the question refused. And I'm not certain what you're referring to when you say refused.
You're all right. You don't understand where we're going. You don't know where we're going.
Member Clark, Mr. Chai Chong is asking for clarification on your question. He's asking refuse what? The same thing I'm asking.
The board in session at the time, when the document came from the committee.
All right, let's make it, go ahead. Go ahead and ask your questions. Go ahead and ask your questions.
You don't know brief, man.
Member Clark, why you don't ask your questions?
If you would allow the gentleman to say.
No, you are being distracted. Ask your questions.
I am asking you now, sir.
Yeah.
The person, she, that was brought in. I don't know if it's a lady. Mr. Wayne said it's a she.
Member Clark, just focus and ask your question. Huh?
I am focused, sir.
But you're being distracted. Don't allow yourself to be.
But you're not doing anything about it.
Don't allow yourself to be distracted. You're one of the worst distractors, so go ahead.
Mr. Wayne, once again, sir. Did you instruct payment for the traveling of the she?
I believe I've answered that question a few times, but I will repeat.
Sir, I'm asking you again.
I will repeat.
Yes or no? Did you?
I will repeat, sir. The board authorized payment.
And did the board authorize that payment?
When them find my people, let me go back.
Payment.
And did the board authorize that payment?
Hold on.
Sorry, I responded affirmative.
Asking.
The board in session at the time, when the document came from the committee.
All right, just make it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead and ask your questions. Go ahead and ask your questions.
You don't know a brief, man.
Member Clark. Member Clark. Why you don't ask your questions?
If you would allow the gentleman to decide.
No, you are being distracted. Ask your questions.
I am asking you now, sir.
Yeah.
The person, the she, that was brought in. I don't know if it's a lady. Mr. Wayne said it's a she.
Member Clark, just focus and ask your question. Huh?
I am focused, sir.
But you're being distracted. Don't allow yourself to be.
But you're not doing anything about it.
Don't allow yourself to be distracted. You're one of the worst distractors, so go ahead.
Mr. Wayne, once again, sir. Did you instruct payment for the traveling of the she?
I believe I've answered that question a few times, but I will repeat.
Sir, I'm asking you again.
I will repeat.
Yes or no? Did you?
I will repeat, sir. The board authorized payment.
And did the board authorize that payment?
Sorry, I responded affirmative to that.
I asked you the question, did you? You said the board is the one that should authorize. I'm asking you.
I did not say should.
Should.
I did not say that, sir.
Say it is not should. It was.
That is correct.
And what was the sum that was paid over to the person?
I cannot recall.
You can't?
No.
But you know it's a she?
Yes.
And you can't recall the money that was paid over to the she?
I do not believe. No, I cannot recall.
And you were a part of the board at that time?
Correct.
And you were the chairman?
That is correct.
You know it's a she, but you don't know the money that was paid over?
I cannot recall the sum.
You know, I came in here this morning and I look at your face and I say, here's an honest man. But then you take all that away from me just now.
I don't think you should go there. And remember, I don't think you should go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. And before you go there, let me just say this. And maybe the permanent secretary can indicate.
Folks, we're joined by my illustrious friend here, Mr. Jeffrey from Make We Talk. Jeffrey, what do you think about what's going on here?
Ratty, have you ever watched the Three Stooges, Curly, Larry, and Moe? Well, here our clock is Curly.
People, I'm telling you, these, but don't forget, the best and the brightest. The best and the bright. The two of them, one best, one here brightest.
But you know the funniest thing, Rattigan? I think what's his name again? The chairman, Julian Robinson, just allow it, to like Hero Club, just show his the way how he's been an idiot. Because honestly, for a deputy speaker, he's the biggest fool ever come across.
Even Xavier mean call him a liar. Even Xavier mean call him a liar. When him say, I put it to you that the minister never did that. After them asked the man the question, and the man said to him, the minister told me. Can you see him face just fall up like a piece of old rag?
This section of the program tonight is very funny. You have any more time, you can play it over again.
People, I don't know how REGGAE global thing set up, because I was planning on doing another. Joan don't laugh and OT just keep quiet. I know that we wanted to go I wanted to go do another 15 minutes, go to 9:15, and then we cut it there. So, but the people, this is this what are we proud of our parliamentarians? I remember no, this is not like 30, 40, 50, 60 years ago when this wasn't televised, right? It's televised. The whole world can see this now. The man asked, and him know him smart enough to ask man a different question, but I try to get the same answer. You know, him keep on ask the same thing, the same thing. Did you approve it? Did you approve it? Did you approve it? Here's what him should have done. Him should have simply just said to the man, all right, tell me the structure of the board. Walk me through the procedures, right? Walk me through the thing. Somebody comes in, how do you fund somebody's travel to Jamaica? How do you fund a potential employee's travel to Jamaica? How does that? That's how you start. You start with the fundamentals. But him just want to rush now for the man to say, is this man that do it? But by the way, people, notice something. That is not why the committee was meeting, you know.
Exactly.
That is not why the committee was meeting. A people like them, man, they make Daryl Vaz can say them dumb, dark, and stupid.
But what happened, you know? Daryl Vaz must look within his party. Don't look at the Jamaican people that way. His party have a lot of them inside there. Starting with the deputy speaker.
Man, I just can't. Yeah, Ransford McLean said, yeah, two of the best on the bright. I like the Portland mayor and that other politician from Old Harbour. Yes. And
not to mention the St. Thomas mayor.
Yeah. Folks, we didn't even get to put up the submission from the gentleman who was questioned, Mr. Chung Choi, whatever his name is. We didn't. Well, how him name?
No, it was a Chin Choi. I remember New York. The night we went to New York, we did at the Chinese restaurant.
People. So people want to say, on the one we finish, we have 2 minutes, on the one we go the extra 15 minutes. So they just talk to me now. Because my work full now. All right. Actually, no, I shouldn't do that. I should ask my producer. Producer Joan, should I go or should I?
You better ask the producer.
Yeah, Joan, I should have asked. Joan, where you said, Joan, talk to me. We only have a minute. Cut it off or go.
This program has been an exciting program this evening. Lovely program from start to finish.
Oh, my lady are from... Oh, hold on. Jonah call me.
You're watching Comrades with Rattigan. It has been a great program this evening. A lovely, lovely program. And believe you me, it has been one of the most exciting programs. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, my producer just gave me permission. She said, go ahead, go to 15 minutes.
All right.
Oh, Freedom Projects, I got to 9:30. But then that would only give me like, producer Joan, I'm going to go to 9:30, give me half hour to get back on for the music. I don't mind it though. I don't mind it. All right, Jeffrey, hold on. Go back to
we have Mr. Barrington from Finance.
No, go back right this.
All right, thank you very much.
So it's this one.
In scenarios where there is international...
No, go back on it.
Member Clark, why you don't ask your questions?
If you would allow the gentleman to sign.
No, you are being distracted. Ask your questions.
I am asking you now, sir.
Yeah.
The person, she, that was brought in. I don't know if it's a lady. Mr. Wayne said it's a she.
Let me stop and explain to folks what's going on here. What's going on here? It's this committee is looking at the operations of the University Hospital of the West Indies, right? And they were at one point the University Hospital was in the process of selecting a CEO. They had an acting CEO, so they put it out globally. And I think they got something like 90 candidates, and they narrowed it down to about 8, single digit. And they decided on one person. The person lived overseas. So what they did, they paid for the person to come to Jamaica to finalize the interviews and all of that. And at the end, the person didn't take the job because there was a problem in the reporting scheme. And that was one of the major problems at the university, that some chief medical person was on the board, but didn't report to the CEO. And the CEO was not a member of the board. And so the person who was getting the job was saying, no, we have to change all of that so that this person will report to me. And it made sense. And that didn't happen, so the person turned down the job. So now they're looking into the administration of the University Hospital of the West Indies. This is a very, very minor point compared to the issues that were raised by the Auditor General's report. But because it's beginning to focus on the Minister of Health. So they don't, okay. So that is what the argument is about. The argument should be about the procedures, the deficiencies, all of those things at the University Hospital of the West Indies. But instead, they're not talking about a candidate who didn't take the job, was offered the job but didn't take the job.
Member Clark, just focus and ask your question. Huh?
I am focused, sir.
But you're being distracted.
Oh,
don't allow yourself to be.
But you're not doing anything about
Don't
it.
allow yourself to be distracted.
You're
You're one of the worst distractors, so go ahead.
Mr. Wayne, once again, sir, did you instruct payment for the traveling of the she?
I believe I've answered that question a few times, but I will repeat.
Sir, I'm asking you again.
I will repeat.
Yes or no? Did you?
I will repeat, sir. The board authorized payment.
And did the board authorize that payment?
Sorry, I responded affirmative to that.
I asked you the question, did you? You said the board is the one that should authorize. I'm asking you.
I did not say should.
Should.
I did not say that, sir.
So it is not should. It was.
That is correct.
And what was the sum that was paid over to the person?
I cannot recall.
You can't?
No.
But you know it's a she?
Yes.
And you can't recall the money that was paid over to the she?
I do not believe. No, I cannot recall.
And you were a part of the board at that time?
Correct.
And you were the chairman?
That is correct.
You know it's a she, but you don't know the money that was paid over.
Hold on there.
I cannot recall the sum.
Hold on, let me show something. Wait, let me show something. Hold on. Let me go back up here. I just want to show.
Mr. Wayne, once again, sir.
Hold on 1 second.
It's payment.
And did the board authorize that payment?
Sorry, I responded affirmative to that.
I asked you the question, did you? You said the board is the one that should authorize. I'm asking you.
Now, think about this, people. The man just answered me now and said the board authorized the payment. Maybe a minute or two ago. And here when him come back and say, the man said that the board should authorize payment. The man never said that. And him go ask, so him couldn't remember that. And it was 2 minutes or a minute ago. Him couldn't remember that. But him want this man now to remember something what happened 2 years ago. The ridiculous nature of these people.
But Mr. Rattigan, if I may, sir, isn't this, if these are the type of people we have in the parliament of our country making laws to the people of this country, we have some sad days ahead of us in this nation, you know.
Ahead?
Well,
that's one right now.
Yes.
That's one right now.
My God.
This is
I did not say should.
Should.
I did not say that, sir.
Yeah, the man just tell him that. And he might try to put words on the man's mouth, or I'm just forget what the man said. And then he expect the man to remember something what happened 2 years ago. Come on, man.
It is not should. It was.
That is correct.
And what was the sum that was paid over to the person?
I cannot recall.
You can't?
No.
But you know it's a she?
Yes.
And you can't recall the money that was paid over to the she?
I do not believe. No, I cannot recall.
And you were a part of the board at that time.
Correct.
And you were the chairman.
That is correct.
You know it's a she, but you don't know the money that was paid over.
I cannot recall the sum.
You know, I came in here this morning and I look at your face and I say, here's an honest man. But then you take all that away from me just now.
I don't think you should go there. And remember, I don't think you should go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. And before you go there, let me just say this. And maybe the permanent secretary can indicate. We have Mr. Barrington from Finance. In scenarios where there is international recruitment and a candidate is shortlisted, what is the practice in terms of dealing with the shortlisted candidate who you would need to physically bring to the island for interviews or further, if you want to call it verification before making a decision? Is there a practice within the public service for how matters of that are treated if you're doing an international recruitment?
Chair, unfortunately, I'll have to get that clarity from the appropriate office at the Ministry of Finance, but a general thought prior to me getting that clarification is that an interviewee would foot the bill to facilitate his own interview in other part of that recruiting process, unless it's some previously contractual obligation or agreement.
No, see one that we should not chat. This is another one we should not chat. Because him say I forgot get clarification. Yet still him opine on the matter. And him start and listen to the opinion. Him say, I have to go get clarification. Then him say, but then generally we don't pay for it. Except if there is a contractual arrangement between them. Him don't know, just shut your mouth, man. You just don't say you're going to seek clarification. Well, go seek the clarification. All them do is just muddy the thing right now, because that is what they're trying to say. They're trying to say, Mr. Wayne, William Ching Chong, William Chong Chai? Chai Chong? No. Chai Chong? Yes. Yeah. We must say is Mr. Chai Chong, them violate the rules, because them should not pay for the person's transportation cost. Right? That's what I must say. But Mr. Chai Chong, I said to him, no, it's not me, it is the board. Right? Then this one I am now, him don't know the answer, and him opine. Just say, look, I need clarification.
Agreement, then I'm not seeing where the ministry or the government, the public sector, would facilitate such travel. But I'll have to give a full clarification after getting it from the relevant section of the Ministry of Finance.
Okay. All right. Before I go to Member Main, I just want to welcome 29 students from Marymount High School in St. Mary. I know you wear a uniform which is similar to another school. Is Southeast or Central? Is Southeast, okay. And your teachers who have journeyed here for the sit-in, and I assume you're going to stay for Parliament, which convenes at 2 o'clock as well. Welcome, and I hope you enjoy and learn from the sit-in. Member Main?
Chairman, I just want to pick up from where my colleague Clark left off. Just a few questions along the same line. Mr. Chong, the selection process, was that done by a HR subcommittee?
Yes.
Yes. Were you a part of that committee?
For the final interviews, yes. Prior to that, no.
Okay. So it is throughout the final interviews where that recommendation would have been made. Coming out of the final interviews, you would have made that recommendation.
The committee would have made that recommendation.
Yes. Committee, you're a part of it. Now, the preferred candidate, was that person an ordinary resident in Jamaica? As in, Did the person live in Jamaica?
No.
Him just here before that the person traveled, they brought the person in to Jamaica. The person was living, the person is a citizen of another country. And him going to ask a full question, yeah. And by the way, people, you know who he is? He is the junior minister in the Ministry of Finance.
God help us.
Mm-hmm. Money run, man. Money run.
Okay.
God help this nation.
Was that person as part of the interview process? Did you get certain critical information about that person to include their age?
Their age would have been included.
Yes. So is it correct that the preferred candidate was somebody who had actually attained the age of retirement?
The question of retirement age was not one that was raised with us initially at the board level.
Yes.
However, we sought clarification once it was brought up, and we were satisfied at the board level that that was not an issue.
Okay. So, notwithstanding the age concerns that you have said was ratified, would it be correct to say that the board at the time, considering everything, was not settled on this recommendation of hiring somebody who lived overseas?
The board ratified that decision.
Okay, very well.
My God, these are the people in the Parliament of Jamaica.
You don't ask that question. Listen to the question, people. Listen to the question again.
That you have said was ratified. Would it be correct to say that the board at the time...
You don't ask that question unless you know the answer. Because you're stuck. If him say yes or him say no, you're stuck. You don't ask, would it be correct to say that? You must know the answer to that question when you phrase it like that. Would it be correct to say that? You know the answer. Him don't know the answer though, because him get the answer. Him don't know the answer because when the man give him the answer, you see him just quail up.
Considering everything was not settled on this recommendation of hiring somebody who lived overseas.
The board ratified that decision.
Okay, very well.
May God help us.
No, I know everything. So if it was said, Mr. Chong, that...
Then kick out in teeth and you still a come back.
My God.
Come back. When you're down, just stay down, brother.
The matter of the air...
And Lachlan, you're right. Yeah, him get actually, the Integrity Commission, they have a case against him, and then he's suing them in court right now. Yeah, you're right.
Fair for the persons to travel overseas, that the board was against it, paying the fare for the person to travel from overseas to come here to Jamaica. Would I be correct to say that the board was not in support of the payment of the airfare?
That would be incorrect.
Okay, very well.
So, what is, hold on there, Ratty, stick up in there. What is the basis of his question to Mr. Chai Chong?
I don't know.
People, God help us.
People, this is where our people voted for, you know. This is what our people voted for. Him don't know the answers to the questions. And him a hope that the guy will give him the answers them where him want. And the man will tell him, say, no. And him not have no fallback. Every time him come, him get chopped down. Come on, do it.
It was said, Mr. Chong, that the matter of the airfare for the persons to travel overseas, that the board was against it, paying the fare for the person to travel from overseas to come here to Jamaica. Would I be correct to say that the board was not in support of the payment of the airfare?
That would be incorrect.
Okay, very well.
In done.
You have to press the mic, you know, you should know that.
Engine done up.
You have to press the mic to be recognized, you know. No, man, you have more questions? Oh, because you said I was preventing you from asking, so that's why I'm asking. All right. You don't have any more at this point. Okay. Okay. Okay, all right. Members, are there any further questions for Mr. Chai Chong? Yes, Member Corporation.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
This is another one, you know. You mentioned 3 people yesterday.
Curly, Larry, and Mo.
Yeah, this is the third one.
Mr. Chong, thanks for being here. I wanted to find out, during your tenure, you listed so many deficiencies that was taking place at UHWI. Was there anything you mentioned, strategic or operational issues, management issues? There are many challenges. You said management had challenges in developing a budget for approval of the board. Operational and financial procedures and controls were not being observed consistently. Staff morale was low, exacerbated by management culture of intimidation and bullying. You know, just guidelines for GOG procurement were not consistently adhered to. As the chairman of the board for the time that you were there, were any of the things that you mentioned, approximately 15 or more, were there anything that you were able to actually put in place as the chairman?
There were a number of things that we looked at having to start to correct. And the major challenge is that as we are not an executive board, those corrective actions have to take place through the management team. So we try to work with management to improve a number of these areas, but it would have been left to management themselves to execute the initiatives that we as a board felt were most important towards the hospital.
So basically the board didn't have any power. Is that what you're saying? That the board was powerless? You have policies to execute, but...
The man just tell her, say it was not an executive board, that they had to work through management. Him just tell her that, you know. These people are badgering the man.
You couldn't do it because it really was left up to management alone? What was your power? What was the power of the board to actually direct and to make sure that some of these things were instituted?
Well, the ultimate power of the board would be to take sanctions against management, or the management that reports to us, which would be the CEO. Right.
Member Cousins.
My goodness gracious.
Thank you, comrade. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman here. Chairman here. I said chairman here. Chairman here. 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 I could say you used to be one too. Anyway, go ahead, Member Cousins. Go ahead, Member Cousins.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Chong.
Speak in the mic because...
Mr. Chong, I see here where in your report you indicated that ghost employee accounts were
detected at some point in time. For avoidance of doubt, what do you refer to as ghost employee accounts?
So, you know, that's the kind of question you want to ask. And I mean, this guy, I admire him and the way he structures his questions, and the one sitting below him. You can tell that they read the report. They read the report because they're asking questions coming from the report. But, oh, goodness gracious.
Okay. Thank you. If I may help, the word ghost accounts was used by the Internal Audit Department of the University of the West Indies, and what it meant was that there were names on the payroll and the bank accounts that those names were attached to were in fact not bona fide employee bank accounts. That's why it was called a ghost account, but it's actually a nomenclature used by the Internal Audit Department in their written audit report.
Thank you. Do you have any idea how many of these ghost employee accounts were detected at the time?
Standing is that I think Mr. Hussein answered that a little earlier when he said that there were 4 or 6 individuals amounting to 2 million, but that was Mr. Hussein who answered the question.
And so, Sir Hussein, you're saying that what steps have you taken since all of this to ensure that there's not a reoccurrence of this employment practice or this practice overall?
As I shared with the chairman, I will be investigating this matter and providing a proper report to the PAC in short order.
You are. Yeah, this guy here.
Thank you, Chairman.
This guy, I like the way he phrases his questions.
You ready now? Then press the mic now. Yeah, man. You have a long
Through
run.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Long run.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the PS. And if I'm permitted to ask this question, what's the salary for the present CEO?
Let me advise him, tell him.
In the region between 10 and $11 million.
10 and $11 million.
Yeah.
Does he get security?
No.
He doesn't?
No.
He gets accommodation?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to
Before you
Mr.
go,
Wayne.
Sorry, Chairman, through you. I understand that he has housing benefits.
He has housing benefits.
Yes.
Fine, fine.
Ask your question, Member Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, the person, the she that Mr. Wayne Chai Chung alluded to, sorry, the board would have made the decision to employ that person when you were there.
If the board would have made that decision to employ
Did the board make a decision to employ her?
It was, yes, it was a decision.
What was
from
the
board.
salary package that was offered to the person?
I believe the salary package
No,
would
no,
have
Billy.
been in excess of $20 million.
What is the excess?
No, see, if I ask him that, if I advise him, we don't know, we don't recall. That's it. Shut him down, we don't recall. 2 years ago, no recall. You can't remember when me just done say a minute, but you want me to remember things that happened 2 years ago. I don't remember.
Sir, it's been almost 2.5 years since
And
then.
you don't remember
I don't
that
remember the
either.
exact number, but I do remember that it's over 20 million.
You're sure the excess did not bring it up to around $33 million?
I don't think it was that high.
You sure?
No, I cannot be certain.
And if we should ask for the minutes of that board meeting, would it reflect the $33 million or just?
Again, if me I represent him, ask for the minutes. I don't recall. Ask for the minutes. Don't guess. You don't guess.
20-something million.
I would not be certain. I couldn't answer you that question for certain.
So, Mr. Wade, did that she offered security? Sorry. Security.
Physical security?
Yes.
No, she was not.
She was not. And the minute won't reflect that.
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Your mic, Mr. Rattigan, your mic.
Yeah, we have 3 minutes. Producer Jones said I have to come off. So I thought the best part for now, so I have to come off. So
you sound like Faye Ellington last night.
Yeah. So people, I hope you learned something from the presentation today. And I invite you, I encourage you to go back over the program. You're going to get some laughs, but go back and listen to the program again, especially those of you taking the exam next week, because quite a few questions will come from today's presentation. And I know you're not going to fail, at least the questions from today, because you're going to go back and you're going to, because I've given you enough clue. I've told you actually directly that there'll be a question coming from this section or that section. So that's where we are. Anything you want to say, Jeffrey, before we go? We have 2 minutes.
All I have to say is this, that may God help this country of ours, because those are the people we have in the Parliament of Jamaica making laws for us. I don't know if Mr. Clark went to any university or Judith Cuthbert de Flynn, but we're in serious trouble in this country. We're in serious trouble. And once again, Mr. Rattigan, you had an exciting program from start to finish, sir. Congrats.
All right, thank you very much. The people, OT, lead us out. The people big up on yourself. Hey, in half hour, when you come tune in, because we're going to play some classic reggae. I guarantee you're going to have a lot of fun. We're going to go to midnight. I have like 100 and something songs to play. Obviously, I'm not going to get through playing all of them, but I'm going to play as many of them as I can. No OT there. No, you're OT. All right. So, not to go. Okay, here's the song then. Big up on yourself, people. Half hour. Come right back to Reggae Global Radio, because we're going to be playing some classic reggae music tonight from 10 until midnight. Jeffrey, what are you tuning into?
I will. And join us on Monday. And join us on Monday for the Make We Talk Current Affairs program this Monday evening at 7 p.m.
All right.
Wise like him, back up, them no ties on him. Them know said that the people rely on him. You know said them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you all the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simpleton can disarm you. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Well, fight for the people every day. Risk him life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day.